Hey. Hey. Hi. Hey, how are you? I love you guys. Hey, how you? What up? It's skycat.live. It's 9 o'clock p.m. on the PST on the west coast of the U.S. and 5/15/2024, Wednesday, May 15, 2024. I am here today to play some Rust Hardcore Zombies, some EvE Online, and some FFXI Horizon, and Fallout 76 and any other games that should strike my fancy, Mortal 2 or etc. I don't have much to talk about. I've only got one thing to talk about today. So I will drop it to the video games pretty much immediately, but also forgot to do something real quick, so I'll get that out of the way. Yeah, we're just going to fire up clients now. There we go. And so, hello, hi, and I hope you guys are having a good time in your various different video games today, and I've got nothing to say, and I'm just going to get to the gaming, except for... Shout out to Glorbus 2008. Resubscribed with Prime yesterday. Thank you so much, Glorbus 2008, for the excellent content for my stream. Thank you for Intel FPS and Glorbus for their excellent compliments to my stream and all this. Taipan San, Best Ken Shene, and Fresh Finn. And Fresh Finn's an old friend of mine. Shout out to Fresh Finn. That's my friend Black Dion. What's up, Black Dion? How you doing, Black Dion? I don't think you're here right here, but shout out to those people who have been supporting me. Thank you so much. I love you guys. I appreciate it. Yep, there we go. And we are live, are we? Yeah, we're live. Okay, everything is looking good. We're going to get in, going to check... Gonna check my booster status, on EVE Online. We had 1 day, 5 hours. That's good. I'm technically done with her now. I just wanted to verify. Then we will come over to the other client. Didn't load, did it? Client is running. Are you sure about that? I don't think it is, actually. I think you're mistaken there, buddy. Try again. Oh, there we go. And so here we are in Rust. It is 5 a.m. It's about to be day. Gonna go out there and grind. But first, I have to... Now that seems odd. Oh well, I really don't care. It's so fucking dumb. Like, I don't really understand.
Connecting.
So... Okay, and there's that, close that. Next we work on some Final Fantasy. I'll turn on some good Final Fantasy passive music while I do my gardening, and I'll try to focus and get it out of the way. Okay, looking at gardening. Ah, good, we're 6 days from harvest. Beautiful trees. Okay, so there we are, and oops, I closed the client, did I? No, I didn't close the client. You black screened. Give me that. And Twitch, there we go. And exit to desktop, play FFXI Horizon. There we are. I wonder if there's a way in the Windows Borderless program to make like a confine a mouse to use mouse lock hotkey, scroll lock. Use mouse hide hotkey. So scroll lock locks the key. So we don't want to use that unless we're playing 76. Oh, use global hotkey. Use mouse lock hotkey. Win F6, right? Windows F6. Use global hotkey. So win F6? Win F6. Okay, I don't know. Use mouse hide. I think I have a thing to fix 76's problem with letting your mouse go off the screen, and I didn't realize it, so we're going to try. Now, we're getting into... No, we're getting into the other alts. Yeah, I've got some work to do on the FFXI. It's annoying. Yeah, the Rust client is not being translated, which is fine. And, yeah, we'll bandage, and it is 8 a.m. Got some wood. Yeah, and we get, like, I don't know, you, and you, and you. Take that one. And make a pair of boots. Yeah. And I don't think I want this. I think I want that. And I don't think I want stone. I'm okay with metal. I'm okay with investing metal this one. I definitely can. So I'm just make the whole new set entirely. There we go. So is oh yeah, my mic is really turned up, huh? It seems like really turned up. Oh no, because I touched the mic. I'm sorry that was loud. There we go. Just making sure that the sound levels are all right. Fog, right? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. So sorry. So. Oh yeah, and I already have this axe, so too late now. So okay, so or well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just bring that. Never mind. Yeah, I'll bring that. Somewhere in here is like 500 fuel. I'll take like 80 with me. And yeah, this seems alright. The only other thing that I could use is instead of this, we'll take that, and instead of, oops, and we'll make this, and we'll take that, and we'll make, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then dump, and now I've got a shotgun alternative. Shotgun alternative. Too much wood. Shotgun alternative. Saw. Or, well, knife. Yep. There we go. Good, good, good. We'll put, like a little bit of fuel in the helmet. And 54 seems good. Okay. You know, I think I'll probably take this instead of that. Yep, and yep. Who cares if I lose those things? I really don't care. Now, okay, I gotta shut the doors. There we are, and then I've got to deal with some Final Fantasy. So, gardening, gardening, gardening. Examine, 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 examine. Examine. Okay. Anything in the D-box? Yes. There is 20k in the D-box. 12 mithril sheets. The antique and pauldrons. That's good. Mithril sheets. That's good. And then... So, 790, and I have 12 mithril sheets to go post. I think I will do so now. No, I'll have other sheets to post. So, we'll just wait till the main sends the sheets. Yeah, and we'll go do her gardening and get it out of the way. Yeah, let's go take a look at EvE. My boosters are good. We're looking for casual ice mining, AO ice, absolute order. Take a look at the Fleet Finder, social, Fleet Finder. LinkNet, Dead Standing, AO Low Sec, AO Providence. No ice mining op currently. So it looks like it's a sit back and gamble day, which is totally fine by me. Start sync and yeah. Hey, it's a nice sunny day. That's good. I still have wood on me for some reason. I've tried to put this wood away so many goddamn times. I've tried to put this wood away like 11 times. I need you to put the fucking wood away. Put the fucking wood away, asshole. I've tried so many times. Fix your fucking UI, piece of shit, face punch. I literally thought about it like, this is the 7th time, this is the 8th time, this is the 9th time I've tried to put this wood away, this is the 10th time. Finally, by the 11th time, I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, put the fucking wood away. Fix your UI, piece of shit company. Like, put the goddamn wood away. Like, what the fuck is wrong with your UI? What the fuck's wrong with it? Can't even manage putting an item away. Like, what the fuck? That's something I would say that WoW definitely got better, is their UI. Like, their UI... like, was way better. If you click a fucking item, it moves to the inventory. It does. There's never this like, ew, maybe it did, maybe it didn't, or maybe you swiped it, maybe you didn't, or oh, it didn't actually transfer, any of this other shit. Nothing like that. Nothing like that, you know? Just click the button and it transfers the item. I've never, ever had a problem transferring an item in WoW in 23 years, but I seem to have 65,000 problems every day in Rust trying to transfer items. Fix your fucking piece of shit UI. Get something better. Fix it. I'm sick of you guys riding on bad quality of life and getting by. I'm gonna start fucking crucifying you in the public for it. Fix your fucking games now. Stop fucking whining about how we don't like you anymore. Fix the games. Maybe we'll like you more, you know? Fix the fucking games now. Quality of life should be the entirety of your focus. The entirety of it. Instead, you're thinking about Rust 2 and overextending again. I guarantee it. Fix the quality of life. Make the inventory 3-4 times the size it is currently. Your inventory is a goddamn joke. You know, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of problems, you know? A lot of them. Really obvious ones from 2005 that have been problems on other games 21 years ago. You still ride on those problems like it's okay. It's not. You gotta do better than this and fix it. Fix your fucking UI. Fix it. Fix your building. I wanted to go out farming, so the patrol heli immediately spawned on top of me. For 20 minutes. So, cool. Great game. So, there we go. Sorry, I'm just a bit annoyed that how when I stepped out the door, patrol heli immediately spawned on top of me. Only me. There's 5 other fucking people here, but they didn't get patrol helicopters spawned above them in the air. But I did. Only me. Only ever me. These other people don't ever have fucking odds like that, you know what I'm saying? But if it's me, patrol heli spawns right on the fuck top of me the second I walk out the door. And it just drives me crazy watching this stupid shit over and over again. Just, you know, bad odds all the time, only affecting me. You know, only affecting me. It's so annoying. Anyways, I'm not in a bad mood. I just don't like being treated like that. You know, it's like fucking man, come on. Walk out the door, mini heli. You know, instantly. Only me, on my base only. Not the other 5 people. Only me, you know? Let's listen to the PDF. Which, by the way, has had Taylor Swift on their fucking, like, their thumbnail for... months? You've had Taylor Swift on your thumbnail for months, Philip. You biting on Taylor?
Bastards, you're watching the Wednesday evening.
Thank you, Wednesday evening, Philip DeFranco show. I have liked and subbed to your channel. I appreciate all this wonderful content you do every single day. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream. And then, no, don't do that. I want to do that. Oh, there we go. Make it smaller. Yep, there we go. And then, Yes, and I have to go do my gardening. Let's see. Yep. There we go.
Morning, Philip DeFranco show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. We've got the wild Harrison Butker Taylor Swift homemaker scandal. There's a massive manhunt underway for a drug dealer known as The Fly after a deadly escape. We break down the divisive Karen Reed murder trial, as well as the impending fallout from the assassination attempt of Slovakia's prime minister. And then there's even more we got to break down today, so just buckle up, hit that
Slovakian
like
prime
YouTube, and let's
minister.
jump into it. Starting with, so Harrison Butker is in the news today, and for a lot of people, you're like, Harrison who? Though for me and many others, we know him as the annoyingly accurate kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs. But over the last 24 hours, a lot more people have become familiar with Butker because of his recent commencement speech at Benedictine College. When I first saw the amount of backlash, I was like, what did this guy say? Right, and this was the first viral clip that I saw.
Part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in the home or in our communities.
What?
As men.
What are you talking about? It's the other way around, you fucking shitty, sexist, goddamn low IQ piece of shit. Fucking, what's the word here? There's a proper, you dumb Jew douchebag, you dumb jock douchebag. What the fuck are you fucking talking about? No, switch it around. Women are not appreciated in the workplace. Women are not paid as much as men. Women have not ever been allowed leadership in this country. Nobody thinks that men are being fucking marginalized. You stupid cocksucking moron. Shut the fuck up.
We set the tone of the culture, and when that is absent, disorder, dysfunction, and chaos set in. This absence of men in the home is what plays
What the
a large
fuck are
role.
you talking about? What are you talking about? Absence of men in the home. What are we talking about here? I don't know any household. I can't think of a single. I can think of one household. I can think of one household in my entire fucking network that doesn't have a man in the home. What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking clueless, sexist, piece of cock-sucking fucking Andrew Tate, worthless waste of goddamn human scum asshole, piece of shit, misogynist cocksucker. Fuck the fuck off.
All around the nation. Other countries do not have nearly the same absentee father rates as we find here in the U.S.
Because the men are in jail, you fucking moron. It's the prison industrial complex and all the drugs and the fentanyl. Did you forget? All the men are alcoholic, drunk fucking failouts in fucking jail right now. Are you aware? They beat their wives and their kids, and then they get the fucking DV charges and the jail times and the drinking and the jail and all this shit. I mean, trust me, man. If the father's gone, he either skated, fucked out, got too high, cheated, or disappear. One of the five. You know what I'm saying? Like, when is it when the woman ever disappears? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, the men are conspicuously absent a lot of the time, aren't they? And this must be whose fault? Whose fault is this? The men are missing. Yeah, we were all raised by single mothers. Whose fault is that? You know, whose fault is that? Did you think it was the women who hung around and raised us, or was it you guys who fucking disappeared, sucked dick, went for a pack of cigarettes 5 years ago, moved to fucking South America rather than dealing with your fucking family, or have 5 or 20 families, like, you know, or whatever, who was that? Who had 20 families? Who was that? It was, well, you have a lot of money, you have like 20 families. Who was it? It was, what was his name? George Soros had like 20 families or something like that. Yeah, like trust me, man. You think this is women? I know where you're laying this blame on. You think if this is a commencement speech? Get your fucking sexist ass off the fucking stage, misogynist, cocksucking piece of shit, fucking clown.
Drastically lower violence rates as well.
Yeah, cause we were all thrown in jail. We were all thrown in jail. Remember the prison industrial complex? It didn't fucking go anywhere. Most of the people that I know went to jail. And then, like, yeah, all the women are raising single parents, and all the men skated and they're drunk or fucking wasted on the streets or something. Or in jail. The country is facing the worst crisis it's ever fucking faced, of the fentanyl and homelessness and fucking joblessness and goddamn prison industrial complex. And you're blaming the women, you stupid misogynist goddamn cocksucker. You are not allowed to speak on my channel. Shut the fuck up.
families, they need to learn how to endure and deal through struggles, not to the point where you're like suffering in silence. But the main point being, like, I looked at this clip and I saw nothing explosive. But then I looked around and I found more from this about 20-minute speech. And understandably, when he addressed the women in the audience,
that is the most misogynist fucking horseshit cocksucker. Fucking fail him out of the league. Get his loser man ass the fuck out of here. I'm sick of these misogynist cocksuckers making it harder for the fucking rest of us. The rest of us, fucking cancel him. You want to be a misogynist and hate fucking women? Fine, then never talk to another woman or another human being again then. You want to be like that? Fuck you. Don't have a career. Get the fuck out of her. Can't get the fuck out of here, misogynist piece of shit. You're at a commencement address with impressionable fucking youths spewing that fucking anti-female fucking horse cockery. Shut the fuck up, worthless piece of shit, waste of skin. Shut the fuck up.
That has gotten the most attention because he said,
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you.
You fucking deluded. I won't even listen to it. I will not give it credence on my stream. I will not listen to it. I will not listen to the fucking shitty misogyny go live in real time. I want to chop off your fucking penis, you fucking man trading, fucking man trader, fucking man trader. You're a man trader. You make our gender look fucking worse. You make it way harder for the rest of us to deal with sexual politics or gender politics or anything like that. You're a fucking man trader, you fucking worthless piece of misogynist shit. Fuck off, asshole.
While the audience there at this Catholic school, they erupted in
applause. Of course they did, because they've been brainwashed by God or whatever their fucking right-wing Christian ideals are. Of course the women cheer. Yeah, women for Trump, women for Hitler, women for this guy. Cheer! Yeah, of course they do. They're Catholic, and they're right-wing and from the South. Uh-oh.
Have been very different, especially because he didn't stop there, right? He also railed against what he referred to as dangerous gender ideology.
Yeah, like yours, you fucking asshole. You're trying to say men have it bad? Are you that goddamn delusional? Let's all start Flat Earth Society while we're at it. Are you that goddamn delusional that you think men have it bad? Is there whatever? Are you saying that women have been lied to? Yeah, we lie to women all the time when we cheat on them, beat on them, fucking, drink and go to jail, leave them to raise children and shit like this.
He slammed degenerate cultural values in media, and he also snuck in a diss at Pride Month when
Oh, good, yeah, you don't like gay people either? Well, get canceled, you fucking cocksucker. Let's see where you are this time next year. Let's see how you fucking like this. Let's see how this went for you.
The pride that students
exit the league, shithead. Exit the league.
Spell for their school when it was facing public scrutiny.
Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride.
He also took some time talking about COVID-19, slamming leaders, including Joe Biden.
Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally.
Butker also spent a decent chunk of time talking about church leadership, basically suggesting that a lot of them are unexcusably helpless. And during this bit, Harrison, who really was coming off as the smallest man who ever lived, had the bright idea to quote Taylor Swift.
This undue familiarity will prove to be problematic every time, because as my teammate's girlfriend says, familiarity breeds contempt.
Because, if there are two things that Taylor Swift...
Familiarity breeds contempt. Do you really think that Taylor fucking Swift actually said that all the time? She goes walking around the football team or whatever, and she's like, familiarity breeds contempt, guys. Did you know? She says this all the time. She goes around the football team and she goes, familiarity breeds contempt, guys. Did you know? Hey, did you forget that familiarity... What the fuck are you talking about? You clueless right-wing brainwash worthless piece of shit waste of human skin. What the fuck are you even on about? What are you talking about? Your delusional crazy shit is so fucking off the wall, fucking stupid. Get canceled, and anybody who thinks like you. Get canceled out of the human race.
Girlfriend and speeches
Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is wrong?
Yeah,
let's take women's rights back a century. Let's take your football salary away, cocksucker. Shut the fuck up when you're talking to the kids. Jesus Christ. I can say what I want. I'm a fucking streamer. You are a football idol. Shut the fuck up. Cancel him. Kick him out of the league. Cancel him. Get him gone. Worthless piece of shit man trader. Take his penis away. He doesn't deserve it.
Yet responded to this.
Real men don't treat women like this. Cock-sucking asshole.
I don't fully expect them to. With how fast things happen on the internet, I'm sure they're like, this is gonna pass soon.
No. They should cancel him. Get your Casey Mo loser fucking ass the fuck out of here before you disgrace the Chiefs anymore. Cancel, bitch. Canceled. Get your fucking racist, fucking shitty, sexist, genderphobic, fucking homophobic, fucking misogynist ass the fuck out of the league. What the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. Cancel his ass. Get him out of here.
Thank you, person wearing 7 pounds of hair gel who plays the only position on the football field where you legally can't get touched, for this rousing talk on masculinity.
Yep, shut the fuck up. And there's one of the strongest, most football male men in the country, fucking ragging on your fucking shitty man trader, don't deserve a penis ass. You know what I'm saying? If there's a football motherfucker telling you that your fucking pussy ass should shut the fuck up, what the fuck do you know about it? Misogynist piece of shit. I hope you never are allowed to speak to women ever again. I mean that. I hope no women will ever speak to you again. I really hope that on you. I want to see the universe smack you for your fucking misogyny, you stupid, deluded piece of worthless shit. Get a fucking clue. The women in our fucking community are just as strong and wonderful as everybody the fuck else. Why are you calling them out like some target in a fucking public venue and fucking firing shots fired, shots fired, like it's some kind of game of Battleship against women? Suck a dick, get canceled, and fuck you, worthless piece of shit.
That they've been lied to and they'll be more fulfilled as homemakers is something. And finally, can anyone direct me to his thoughts on the Catholic Church spending billions to protect child molesting priests? And again, while there's a lot of
the Catholic Church, rather than firing child pederasts who abuse their church status to rape children, they would rather move the fucking priests to different parishes where they can continue to rape children. They have been doing this for 55 years. I do not like the Catholic Church. I wish them to be gone, just like these misogynist pieces of shit. Cancel them like everybody the fuck else. Get them out of here. They've been moving child molesters around for 55 fucking years, since 1967, so they can continue to rape other Christian fucking children. I will not bandy about it. There's been so many confirmations in courts of law. Fuck the Catholic Church. Fuck the fucking child rapers. Fuck the fucking moving the kitty diddlers around to other parishes so they can rape other kids. Fuck the Catholic Church.
The Chiefs or the NFL.
Not fuck God, not fuck Christianity. Fuck the Catholic Church. You child rapist fucking protecting pederast so-and-sos.
If I were to guess, I think largely the answer would be no. But I imagine even people on his team that do not agree with him are going to be like, hey, everyone's got their own opinions and feelings, which is also why I think
get it straight. Not fuck God, not fuck Christians, not fuck Christianity. Fuck the Catholic Church. Very specific target I picked here. Not your faith, not your religion, not God. Those things are great. Love them. I totally recognize them. Got no issue with it. Sometimes I believe in it myself. But fuck the Catholic Church and its stupid, pederast ass. Fuck them. Get them out of the Vatican. Fuck them. They've been moving those child diddlers around for 50 years instead of firing them. Fucking lose the Catholic Church. Don't pass go. Don't collect 200 God dollars or whatever the fuck and still think that you're cool in our community. Fuck the Catholic Church. Dismantle it. Out and gone. Sell all that shit to repair. Sell all that gold in the Vatican to repair the lives of the fucking children that those fucking Catholic priests fucking raped. I'm dead serious about everything I say. Sell that Vatican and fix the family lives of all the children that the Catholic Church raped. So I love God. I love Christianity. I love fucking, Jesus or whatever. I don't care what you believe in. I don't believe the same thing. But I love those things. I got no issues with those things. But don't get it twisted. Straight fuck the Catholic Church for their homophobia, their child raping, and their obfuscation of justice, and their perversion of justice, and their fucking, obstruction of justice. Moving child rapers around to other parishes, knowing that they'll rape other children instead of fucking firing them. Lose your organization, we'll melt your gold down, and we'll pay the victims' families. This is what a good person says. You've not heard a good person speak in a long time. Probably, you know, in a while. Probably about 50 years, something like that. I'm a good person, so I'm going to tell you what should happen. Fuck the Vatican Church, dismantle that motherfucker entirely, take their gold and take their fucking money and pay off the families of the children that they raped. I'm sick of fucking ableizing the Catholic Church to rape children, throw crusade parties, and all this other stuff that they do. I'm sick of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Christianity's bad. No. I'm not saying God's bad or anything that you believe in is bad. Those things are wonderful, sacrosanct, and great. Fuck the Catholic Church and its stupid pederast ass. Get them out of here, melt that gold down, and fix the families that they raped. Fix those families that they raped. It's right at their fucking feet. It's right at their feet. What would happen if a businessman or a politician or, dear God forbid, a fucking citizen were to rape a bunch of children and obfuscate it from all the world governments and stuff, right? You know what happens. They get fucked, we take their money, we liquefy it, and we give it to the fucking victims. Why should the Vatican Church be any fucking different?
Is some sort of rebuttal, even though it's very disconnected from it, is how you have people comparing a speech from Patrick Mahomes that he just recently gave. He's QB1 for the Chiefs. He's a religious man himself.
Yes, I did. Just very proudly call for the death of the fucking Vatican over raping children. I do not fucking change the details on it. I'm not putting a fucking editorial spin on it. I'm saying I have passed judgment on you as obfuscation of child pederasty in our communities all over the fucking world. You're running a cabal of goddamn child diddlers, and I want that Vatican Church busted, brought down. I want that gold melted and paid out to all the families that were ever harmed, all the children that were ever raped by the Catholic Church fucking parish and all this, all the children in the world, all that money, all that gold, and all that shit that you stuck up in there in that fucking Fort Knox of Christian values or whatever the fuck you want to consider that weird abomination of fucking gold surplus that you have because you're the Catholic Church and you took over all the countries and everything. Nah, take that gold and I'll fucking give it straight to the victims. I don't want your dirty church money. I believe the victims deserve it. You obfuscated it for 60 fucking years. I have friends, personal friends, who were fucking victims of this. You understand? I want the death of the Vatican Church and the death of the Catholic fucking religion. Seems like they're all child diddlers who are protecting each other. The court documents would indicate so. Something's rotten down there at the fucking Vatican. Even South Park talked about it 10 years ago. Something's rotten down there at that fucking Vatican. Dissolve all that gold and sell it for liquid and pay it to the families of the fucking victims. That's what God would do. That's what Jesus would do. You know it. I know it. So, but no, you just sit up there in your palace of gold while you rape children for another 60 years. I guess we just don't do anything. We just don't do anything. We'll see what that does to kids in 60 years, you know? Let's see what the Vatican Church does to kids for the next 60 years. Let's just see. We'll see where it goes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they weren't child diddling for 60 years and moving rapists around the parish like they were fucking, you know, like tokens on a fucking game of war or a game of Risk or something. They were like moving child rapists to strategically around their parishes, like they were like basically letting the priest just go ape. They're like, oh, hey, I wonder sometimes if they sold this stuff. If they sold the priest the right to be moved to another parish or something like that. Wouldn't surprise me.
They gave a speech, but it was about uplifting and empowering women.
God is good. God is great. You know, let's all fucking masturbate or whatever, right? I really believe this. I'm not speaking out against religion or Christianity or any of these other fucking things. I'm saying fuck the Catholic Church, fuck their obfuscation of child molestations, and fuck all the damage that they've done to this community, and I wish them to pay. You know? Fuck that football star. I want him canceled. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? You speak out against women and fucking gay people and shit in my community like that. Get fucking canceled. I don't care how many, like, how much you're overly paid or how much overly you're respected or whatever the fuck. Cancel your fucking ass. Don't treat women like that in my community.
To a new era in sports. An era when the women's game is finally getting the attention it deserves.
Hey, ultimately, that's a situation as it stands right now. And while, of course, I want to know your thoughts on anything that stood out to you in today's show, especially with this one, I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then,
get this sexist moron out of here. Yeah. Never mind, I'll just leave it.
Wild international news. An unprecedented manhunt is underway in France right now. And all of it has to do with Mohamed Amra. He's this...
Let's go! Run from him, dude. I hope you didn't kill anybody, but I hope you get away. I don't believe in their war on drugs. I don't care about the details in the fucking case. I don't believe in their global war on drugs. And so I believe this man to be a hero by definition because he is defying them with the worst decree ever fucking adopted by all of mankind, right? Your shitty war on drugs. So I see a hero and I see a bunch of villains trying to prosecute and persecute him. I'm sorry, but I don't care what he did or how many pigs he killed or anything like that or whatever. I don't care who he sold dope to or whatever the fuck. I still think he's better than the government chasing him. I'm sorry, this is a sad, sad reality for a lot of Americans. I still think this man is more holy than the government that's chasing him. Fuck your war on drugs. I don't condone it. I don't want it, and I won't vote or support for anybody who does.
Or the Fly, who escaped from custody in a deadly ambush that took place yesterday morning. An ambush that was actually captured on security cam footage.
Like I told my mother today, I was like, I'm not going to be able to support the Democratic Party anymore. They will no longer ever get a vote for me ever again as long as they support the war on drugs. I was like, I will not support the Democratic Party any longer. I will never, ever vote Republican. I'd die first. You'd have to have a chainsaw to my neck, you know, to force me to vote Republican. There's no fucking way I'm ever doing that. You know what I'm saying? But I was voting Democrat by default for the last two elections because I was just not represented. I just gave my vote to my mother thinking, hey, maybe my mother's, you know, political party winning might make her happy or something because that's as little as this shit matters to me, right? I fucking just gave her my votes, you know? I was just like, all right, I'm going to sign the ballot here. I signed the ballot, but it was like, hey, who do I checkbox? And she was like, here you go. And I didn't even listen to her. I was like, okay, these fucking fake people that were ruining our government. I couldn't care about which one's up on the roster. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. So, you know, yeah, but, you know, I told her today, I was like, I don't believe I can support a Democratic Party who supports the war on drugs any longer. I told her, I was like, I will not vote for Biden if he still wants the war on drugs in 2024. I will not vote for any of those other tools. If they still want the war on drugs in 2024, they're not getting my vote. It's done. You will never get, if your party supports the war on drugs, I will never even think about you, much less vote for you. I will not consider you a valid party like Democrats or Republicans. I don't consider them a valid party anymore. They both support the war on drugs, which has destroyed America. So they're traitors in my eyes. The war on drugs has destroyed America, and and that makes you traitors in my eyes. Like you betrayed your own people. You threw us all in jail. Like I've got all these problems at home, and you're worried about abroad and all this stuff. I got all these problems at home. I will not support a political party that supported the war on drugs any longer, which means that the Republicans and the Democrats are dead to me. I will never vote for them ever again. I'm hoping I'm the only one. You know, I will say this honestly. I'm hoping I'm the only one who has come to this conclusion, but I don't think I am. I will not support any political party in any fucking country who supports the war on drugs any longer. I will not do it.
Bystanders and posted online. And so here's what we know happened. At around 11 a.m. yesterday, a black Peugeot...
To me, that's you betrayed your own people and threw them all in jail, and you're worse than, I mean, not worse than, but you're like basically the same thing as the Gestapo, you know? You're like a rogue fucking, you know, Nazi fucking... like syndicate running our government and shit, and I view you about as legitimate as the SS and the Gestapo. I don't think you're any better. I really don't. And your war on drugs is the complete fucking proof of such.
Prisoner transport.
Why are we going into this car?
As it emerged from a toll booth on a major highway about 80.
Oh, cool! They're springing the kingpin, guys. Look, look! These fucking idiot pigs are totally clueless. They're springing this kingpin live in front of us. It's something really wonderful. Fuck the drug war. I hope he gets free, and let's hope he shoots some drug pigs on the way. I'm kidding. But I mean, like, you know, like I am kidding. I don't want police officers to be harmed. I am actually kidding, but like I don't value drug pigs. Don't. I view them as like, you know, school crossing guards. They're about as legitimate. And I don't value drug pigs. I think they're up there conducting a war against their own fucking people. And if they got harmed doing this, I care. I'm sorry that you saw fire in the line of duty or whatever. I'm sympathetic to you. But drug pigs don't have a lot of fucking sympathy for them. I'm sorry. I would never have signed up for that. Why did you, American traitor? You like fucking persecuting your own fucking citizens? Drug pig?
With automatic weapons coming out of the vehicle and circling the van and raining bullets on it for more than 2 minutes. And as these bullets were flying,
good. Spring that kingpin. He is being wrongfully detained.
Terrified riders in a passing bus threw themselves to the ground. So one passenger capturing an image of one of the gunmen.
Good. What the fuck are you doing to this guy for drugs? You know what he's doing. He's selling cocaine to the rich white college kids in fucking Miami. You know what he's doing. You know, fentanyl, cocaine, speed and shit, right? And we keep buying it from him. And boy, you really got to go point guns at him because we keep buying cocaine from him. Oh boy, man, we white America keeps buying cocaine, speed, and heroin and all this other shit from them. Boy, we better go point guns at them for selling that to us. You fucking piece of shit moron, fucking anti-drug, fucking drug pig cocksucking assholes. And that's exactly every word that you deserve, you fucking American traitors. Get your drug pig bullshit the fuck out of here. And then I don't even care if this is America. Get your drug pig bullshit the fuck out of every country. Get your drug pig bullshit the fuck out of here. Why are men with guns assaulting a businessman who sells cocaine to rich white people in Miami and shit like this? What the fuck have you become? What you and your war on drugs and your worthless governments, what have you become?
And when the bullets finally stopped, 2 prison guards were dead and 3 more were wounded. And hitting...
I'm sorry that we lost lines of prison guards in that war. But I mean, I'm sorry the prison guards got killed. They're not drug pigs. They're actually innocent men. And I'm sorry that you have my sympathy, and I'm sorry the 2 prison guards died here. I'm sorry about that. And yeah, he was in the line of duty for 32 years. I am sympathetic for that. You know, the prison guards are just doing whatever is necessary to get their paycheck and stuff. I'm talking about the drug pigs that were hunting this guy in the first fucking place. They're the traitors. Poor prison guards that are just caught up in this stupid cops versus robbers drug war battle. I'm sorry, I'm sympathetic to you, but if you guys didn't fucking support this stupid shit in the first fucking place, you wouldn't get caught in the fucking crossfire. Like if you didn't have stupid-ass drug war in the... Like, really think about this. If there wasn't a drug war in the first fucking place, would 2 prison guards be dead? You and your fucking logic. I know you and fucking reality divorced each other like 16 years ago, last time you got laid or whatever the fuck, but like, seriously, dude, like, you gotta connect with reality again, motherfucker. You and your goddamn drug war and your fucking betrayal of your fellow human race. And I'm sorry the 2 prison guards died, but I mean, you kind of signed up in that fucking drug war, sort of, like, you know, inadvertently, didn't ya? You kind of signed up in the drug war, didn't ya? It's kind of like, yeah, you go to a drug war, what do you expect? You know what I'm saying? End the drug war. You worthless pieces of shit leadership in every single country in this world. End the drug war, you fucking idiots. Get your stupid fucking planetary wars and all your fucking guns and your fascism and shit, and get it the fuck out of here and take us to space. You stupid cocksucking fucking war on drugs traitors.
Killed in the line of duty in 32 years.
Traitors. I said, seriously, every time you do this to say, even if it's fucking, you know, whatever country this is, you're betraying that country. End the war on drugs. You and your fucking betrayal of the human race. What else am I supposed to call you, traitor?
Twins.
Putting fucking non-violent, non-offensive people in jail for drugs and then chasing kingpins with full automatic weapons across the world and shit like this. What are you, America? Fuck yeah. Gotta bring the drug war to every country. Yeah. America. Global police. Yeah. Or whatever the fuck games your fucking idiot country fucking leadership is on. Your bullshit leadership. Whatever idiocy that you're on. You know? Like, fuck you and your drug war. I'm sorry that your drug pigs were killed. I am. But if the drug war wasn't there, your drug pigs wouldn't have been killed. Now, would they? Jesus fucking Christ. Wake up to your fucking idiocy. Wake up to it. You've been asleep too long. God damn it.
Who's expecting a child with...
This is what a 5-year-old could tell you, too. A 5-year-old would be like, oh, so these people that do drugs, Daddy, are they Americans? Oh, well, yes, son, they are. Well, but so these, Daddy, these are our fellow Americans, right? Yes, son, they are. Why would we put fellow Americans in jail for drugs, Daddy? Are they actively trying to hurt us or suborn the government or like harm us in some way? And he goes, no, son, they just want to get high. They just want to sell drugs to people who like to get high in the privacy of their own homes, usually, not always. And so we all look at it. We're like, yeah. So he goes, Daddy, why do we put people in jail for drugs? I don't know, son. There has never been a reason. Why do we have so many cartel problems, Daddy, and so much war? Oh, I don't know, son. None of it makes sense. The war on drugs never did save a life or ever make any sense. It never did save us $1 and never did productively do anything ever. And it is the most failed attempt in the history of mankind, you know? Well, that and going to space. I think they're kind of the same thing. Not going to space was spending all of our money on the drug war. Theoretically, right? Theoretically, right? Not going to space was spending all of our money on the drug war. You think I'm wrong? All those guns and all those pig wagons and those pig choppers in the fucking sky and all their shit that they bang meth labs with, which is essentially just a chemical factory, you know? Like all those tanks that they attack chemical factories with, you know? It's like, but like, Jesus Christ, if you had just spent that money on NASA and not worried about idiots getting high down here, maybe you would be considered competent. Maybe I wouldn't want the government to end, you know? Maybe I would have some faith in you. Maybe if you had made one wise decision in the last 60 years, I might have some faith in you beyond, you know, Obamacare, you know? I might have some faith in you, but I don't. You and your anti-drug, fucking pro-fascist, pro-gun violence, kill everybody down here so we can't get up there, fucking violence and bullshit over the drug war and all that. I just call it traitor bullshit like it is, traitor. You're fucking a traitor to the human race. Wouldn't ever call it anything else, traitor. The DEA... traitors to the human race, traitors to America. I would say pretty much the problem with the world. CIA, DEA, ATF, KKK, they're all the same thing.
You can actually see him being helped out of the vehicle by the attackers, who then set fire to the black Peugeot and flee to another vehicle waiting nearby.
Fucking badass. Bring this kingpin. We cannot let them win their drug war. Fuck them. That stupid ass drug war is so fucking badass backwards. It's screwed so backwards up their stupid clueless fucking asses that, yeah, I'm like, yeah, like, man, I'd rather that this kingpin got free. I'd rather the kingpin got free. I don't support your fucking actions here. You're terrifying the citizens while you blow up cars and shoot each other like fucking the stupid ass little 5-year-old like cops and robbers games that you want to play in the real world. Like, I'm sorry, but I stopped playing cops and robbers back when I was 5. And then, I mean, there's some necessity for police in this society. There absolutely is, right? But I'm talking about the drug police. There is no necessity for the drug police. And all that cops and robbers drug police shit that you do with the cartels and the borders and all this stupid ass shit that you've wasted all of our space money on is you being a traitor. You are actually an American traitor. Anybody who pushes the drug war is an American traitor. I won't support the Republicans or the Democrats anymore. If they continue to fucking push this drug war, I will not do it. I will not do it. No, you're done. I will not, yeah, I'm going to end up being that terrible, terrible thing that you fear the most. Somebody who doesn't vote just because you're so dangerous, I can't vote for you anymore. The Republican and Democrat Party are so goddamn dangerous with their war on drugs and their war on the people and their wars overseas and their wars in Afghanistan and all their stupid ass shit. They are so goddamn dangerous to the American people. I will not support them anymore. I will not vote for them. I will not support their war on drugs anymore. I will not do it.
That white car, as well as another car, were found burned in separate locations about a dozen miles from the toll booth.
I mean what I say. I'm really mean what I on my father's grave. I'm dead serious. I'm not voting for them anymore. I will not vote for these traitors. I will not do it.
On X, French President Emmanuel Macron.
I have the American interest at heart. These people want to fucking throw us all in jail, fucking prison camps and stuff. I really have no illusion about that.
The attack a shock to us all, adding that the nation stands alongside
prison industrial complex. It never went anywhere. It never stopped.
Everything's being done to find the perpetrators of this crime so that justice can be done in the name of the French people. And actually, with that, over 450 officers were reportedly mobilized in this.
Oh, good. Well, I mean, the police, yeah,
search of the area where the attack happened. But that obviously hasn't yielded results so far.
I hope he skates totally free. I don't know why they're chasing him. I have serious issues with their morality of chasing them. I believe them to be crazy traitors on some kind of fucking obsessive fucking witch hunt. And I do not support their fucking actions. And I want them out of our governments. Anybody pro drug war, I want them out of the governments. They're traitors to the human race. Everybody gets high. Though anybody who goes against that fucking reality is a traitor to the human race. Anybody who says that we should face jail or that we should chase this kingpin with automatic weapons through the streets or any of the pro-drug war bullshit, fucking fascist bullshit that you've been pushing for 60 fucking years, I won't do it anymore. Free the kingpin. I don't care what he did. I would do the same to you as well. I don't believe you. I don't like you. I think you should be free. Free that kingpin. I don't even know what the fuck his name is. Free that kingpin from the war on drugs. I do not support your actions here. Fuck you fucking traitors. I do not support your actions here whatsoever. You understand? I do not support your actions here. I don't care what country it is. You and your drug war can suck a dick. It was the worst thing that ever happened to the human race, and you know it. And anybody talking about it in fucking 2024 is a traitor to the human race. They really just don't want human race to actually succeed. They want us all to be in jail for drugs.
Asking Interpol to issue a red notice for Amra, which is a request made by law enforcement in one country asking their foreign counterparts to locate and arrest his suspect.
Maybe you weren't hurt by the cold. I was.
You're probably wondering, okay, who the hell is this guy? Right? Is he the fucking French El Chapo?
I don't care. Free him. I hope he runs free. I don't care. Fuck you and your fucking drug war. Everything that you did with that drug war is so much more foul than anything that man's done in all of his entirety. Your drug war is so much more foul than him. I don't care what he fucking did. I don't care what he did. He might have murdered my grandmother. I don't care. I still won't support your fucking war against him. I won't do it. You're a fucking traitor. Stop doing that stupid shit. I don't want it anymore. I never asked you for it. I was never consulted about the drug war. I'm an American with a vote that counts. Oh wait, but I'm not because I was never consulted. We just have had the ravages of the drug war my entire life. Fuck your drug war and fuck your fascism and free this idiot.
About all this because he's not, or at least not that we know of. Reportedly, he's 30 years old. He was born in France, and it's true that he
sold cocaine to people in Miami, probably. You know, fentanyl and all the shit that all the other kingpins do. You know, people that want to buy a product. Is that why we should chase him with guns across the world? I'll chase you with guns across the world for chasing them with guns across the world, but I won't chase them with guns across the world. I'll chase you for chasing them with guns across the world, because you're the scary fascist scary person with guns that chases kingpins across the world. You're the actual scary person, not the cartels, not the drug dealers, or any of this other stupid ass shit. You chasing them is the actual problem. It's the actual problem. I know you're delusional to it. I know you don't want to accept it. You know, it just doesn't sound right. Like, oh, wait, has there never been a life saved or a dollar saved by the drug war? And I know it's just delusional for you to get that through your fucking fascist idiot brain because you're low IQ. But I mean, really, the drug war has never successfully done anything at all. And anybody who supports it, I consider to be fairly on the Hitler level. Like, you know, or Pol Pot. Anybody who wants genocide, you know, I'd say, yeah, pretty much the drug war and the prison industrial complex thing was kind of a non-genocidal, but still genocidal thing for America, I would say. It wasn't a genocide because it wasn't race-based. It was class-based. It was not a genocide, it's a classocide. You killed the lower and the middle class with your war on drugs, and you destroyed this country. You're traitors, and I will not bandy about. I will not bandy about and be nice and speak and double speak like Trump or Biden or something about this. I will absolutely lay the blame at your feet, bring lawyers, prosecute you in court for it, and fucking, and, you know, get some goddamn closure for the people in my community harmed by your idiot war. You know what I'm saying? Your idiot war. And I have no sympathy for you. I have no sympathy for the drug pigs. And I do have some sympathy for him because he is a victim of a larger fucking problem, a bigger systemic issue, the worst miscarriage of justice in mankind's goddamn history short of the Holocaust. And, you know, that's everything I've said here is true. Everything you can verify right off of Wikipedia. The statistics support what I say. Everything I've said here is absolutely 100% true. I would not say it, and I'm not being hyperbolic. I am quoting statistics at you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get your fucking worthless war out of here. And no, I don't want you chasing this fucking kingpin and putting the other goddamn civilians at risk. I don't give a shit who he sells his product to. It's a businessman. Yeah, the product hurts like everything else in the fucking world. Sugar kills people. McDonald's kills people. Vodka kills people. Fucking, you know, psychiatric drugs kill people. Cars kill people. Fucking Tesla, self-driving cars kill people. Everything kills people. I don't know why the drugs are any different. What the fuck are you talking about? There are drugs in Walgreens right now that will absolutely kill you and turn you into a slave if you imbibe too many of them. They're called alcohol. You know what I'm saying? And like, but you don't legalize that or war on drugs, alcohol, or well, you do. And look what happened when you tried to war on drugs, alcohol. Like everybody in the world was pretty much like, fuck you, went down the street to the speakeasy and then laughed at you for your fucking fascism. Get the fuck out of here with your fascist drug war. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here with it. Disappear, bitch. Disappear, American traitors. You don't even deserve the fucking name. You conducted a war against the lower and the middle class for 60 fucking years. John Sinclair all the way through to this idiot. And I want you the fuck out of here. You have misappropriated. You have used our power and our money and our prestige and our American values and jaded them and fucked them and conducted a war against your own people. And I will not bandy about or act like it was anything else other than that. And I've seen the front lines of the prisons. I have been there to the front lines of the fucking prisons, my children. And let me tell you, you think the cartel's scary? Go on down to the Denver County Jail. You think the cartel is what we should be fucking scared of? Nah, it's the war on fucking drugs is what we should be scared of. If you haven't been to county jail, go to fucking county jail or watch some television about it, and you'll understand something far, 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 far worse than the cartels. The incarceration of so many valuable Americans that we don't have a soul anymore. And I will not bandy about it or call it anything other than what it was. I will not like be polite like the Republicans and Democrats about your little classicidal, genocidal fucking war against your own people. I will not bandy about it. I will not support you or vote you any. I will not vote for you anymore. Stop chasing these fucking kingpins. Let them conduct their business like everybody else on the fucking planet. Stop putting hookers in goddamn jail. They're gonna sell sex anyways. You and your fucking policies have zero to do with logic or intelligence or any kind of statistics or actual science. You just like say God told you to say that or whatever, and I'm fucking sick of it. I want you to actually prove why there should be a drug war, or I take your fucking jobs from you. I want the Congress to prove to me tomorrow why a drug war is still goddamn necessary, or I take their jobs tomorrow. They've been traitoring us too long. You know? Like, seriously, I'm not talking about, like, going and harming them or something like that. I'm talking about, like, yeah, we come up in the building with the actual American police and we say, yeah, you have conducted yourselves as criminals and you have attacked your own citizens for far too fucking long. We're here to say that you will either face jail or you will end this war on drugs now. Face jail or end the war. One or the other. Face jail or end foreign wars, end the war on drugs. End it. We're done with it. End your war on prostitution. End your war on everything that we do. You know what I'm saying? Everything that we actually do. We sell sex. We sell drugs. We do drugs. We've done that since mankind has been fucking around. You understand? Since the dawn of time, we have done drugs, sold sex, and fucking been dirty. And yeah, prosecute people for theft and scam and all that, and be a good police officer in your community. But the drug war, nobody ever asked for it. Nobody ever gave you permission to do it. Nobody wanted it except for like the idiot right-wing fucking, you know, Christian evangelical types in the 50s. They were the only people who wanted that shit. The rest of the country was like, really? I love getting high. Really? The same thing happened with prohibition. They were like, oh, we got to stop alcohol, and everybody's like, oh, really? But we all drink alcohol. It would be like trying to ban cigarettes or something. They're just going to laugh and smoke right in your face. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, what is your fucking problem? Your morality went south 60 years ago, and I will not fucking back you while you attack my people any longer. I want to condone any actions to take my people to wars overseas. I want to condone your fucking drug war. I will not vote for you if you support it. I am done with your fucking traitorisms. I'm done with it.
Having been convicted 13 times since he was 15 years old for offenses including extortion and assault, as well as several thefts. He's also under...
Yeah, but if drugs were legal, would he be doing that? Nah, he'd be sitting back in his apartment with his cell phone, with his hot lady, and conducting business with his homies and selling cocaine. You really think he would be, like, shooting people or acting like a thug or any of that shit if drugs were illegal? You illegalized something, you formed a black market, you drew the cops and robbers line. He picks up and he says, okay, well, a lot of people want this product. They're asking me for it. They'll pay me a lot of money for it, so I'm just going to sell it to them because that's what you would do too. That's what you would do too.
Attempted homicide and extortion case in another city. You know, all that.
I don't care what he did. I don't want you chasing him. If the war on drugs wasn't there, he wouldn't have been killing people. That's on you. That's on you. Sorry. I know it really hurts for you to hear this, but his transgressions are due to your war. If your war wasn't there, his transgressions wouldn't be there. I'm sorry, you are the core fucking cause of this problem and this issue. You are the fucking problem. It is not him. It is you. You are the problem. You caused this. You caused him to be how he is. You caused this. Legalize drugs and fucking fix this now. Stop fucking chasing these kingpins and all this stupid ass shit and getting high-speed chases on the highways with citizens around, with drug dealers and shit like that. Stop shooting up fucking meth labs and blowing up meth labs and knocking doors and shit like this. Nobody asked you to do that stupid shit. We never gave you permission to do that. You did that without our permission, like the bomb in Hiroshima. Don't act like it was anything different than that. You've been conducting that fucking war for so fucking long without our permission. For so fucking long. It's been 60 years, and it's been 60 years since any of us gave you permission to conduct that crazy war against our own citizens. Nobody ever gave you permission to do that. I still don't. I consider you to be a traitor to the American cause. I'm sorry, but I know somebody should fucking say it. That's really how I feel.
To this guy apparently isn't that big of a deal.
I'm not being hyperbolic. I really believe this.
The riskiness of this attack and the amount of preparation.
I don't care. The riskiness of your drug war caused it. Your riskiness. Yeah, but let's talk about your riskiness. How many of our citizens do you put at risk with this war every single day? Should you be deposed? Have you abused your power? How many citizens do you put at risk every day playing cops and robbers? I demand some accountability.
Planning it, they were surprising. And that's because despite his lengthy criminal record, Amra is not, quote, the biggest criminal that we have in our prisons. And going on to say the violence, the massacre, the disproportionate means used to free this person did not match what authorities knew about Amra. But presumably there's something about this guy that made this high-risk escape operation worth it. And so for now, we kind of just have to wonder why. Though with that, like most things, the whole story ties into broader issues as well. Right? Amra reportedly has ties to a gang in the southern French city of Marseille, which notably has been absolutely plagued by drug-related gang violence. And yesterday, just before...
Yeah, which wouldn't be there if the drug war wasn't there. They'd have to figure out something else. They'd just be doing gang violence at that point, right? Get your drug war the fuck out of here. Stop persecuting our own citizens, you know what I'm saying? These are our people. These are the people that vote for you. Did you forget? Did you forget that these people that you're putting in jail are your constituency? I think you fucking did. I think that Louis XIV fucking power went to your fucking power-addled, fucking power-hungry brain. You completely forgot what the reality is. Those are your citizens that you are incarcerating, you fucking moron. Non-violent fucking citizens. They're your citizens, and you incarcerate them. I think you should be incarcerated. You have bullied the people for too long. You must stop this war now.
French Senate committee released its conclusion that the country has been, quote, overwhelmed by drug trafficking. And in addition to all this, Amra's escape is shedding light on working conditions in French prisons, with French prison guards actually now on strike over what they have described as a worsening climate of violence at their jobs. With the key point there being that French prisons are now holding around 77,000 inmates when there's only really room for about 60,000 of them.
Yeah, all of them drug crimes. Or homelessness. Not all of them, but most of them drug crime, you know? You gotta wonder how bad this war has actually been. Did you fuck the entire world for the rest of humanity over a drug war? Because that's kind of what it's starting to look like, you know? I think EvE is actually pretty dangerous and bad for the human race. I'll just say it. You and your fascist fucking desire to control everybody and their drug use. I don't know. I think it killed humanity. I think you're the problem. I think your judgment is the problem. I think you killed humanity with it. I won't bandy about or say any otherwise. I think it's been 60 years of your judgment killed the human race. Seriously.
A lot of different things happening all at once, and we're gonna have to wait to see what happens here. And then, I think it's safe to say that nobody wants to feel not so great after having a few drinks. Like in general, but also especially when you have drinks. You know, with spring here and summer around the corner, wouldn't it be nice to make the most out of background barbecues, graduations, vacations, weddings, birthdays, reunions, Friday nights, whatever, all without feeling not great the next day? And well, the good thing is I actually have you covered thanks to the fantastic sponsor of today's show, ZBiotics. You know, ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic probiotic invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Because when you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut, and that byproduct is a big reason why you feel so rough the next morning. ZBiotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down, and it's designed to work like your liver, but in your gut, where you need it most. So just drink ZBiotics before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. This little bottle right here has helped me be able to, well, be me after a night out. Last night, I had a lot of fun at trivia. And today and this morning, I woke up great, able to hop back into my daily life without being angry at yesterday, Phil. So if you've got some fun plans on the horizon, stock up on pre-alcohol now. Just go to zbiotics.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco to get 15% off your first order. That's zbiotics.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco at checkout for 15% off. And thanks ZBiotics for sponsoring the PDS. And then, is there a sweeping conspiracy by law enforcement to cover up the truth about the murder of a Boston cop? Or is that just the story his girlfriend's telling because she doesn't want to go to jail for hitting him with her car? Right? That is what's being debated right now in this ongoing murder trial of Boston police officer John O'Keefe that has absolutely transfixed the city for more than 2 years now. And to be clear at the top, there are a ton of unknowns and disputed facts about this case. But what we do know is that O'Keefe was pronounced dead after his girlfriend, Karen Reed, found him with severe head injuries and hypothermia outside the home of a colleague at 6 a.m. in January of 2022. And according to Reed, she had been searching for him since she woke up on his couch at 4 a.m. and discovered that he hadn't come home from a night out. Reportedly, both Reed and O'Keefe had gone out drinking in the town of Canton, Massachusetts that night with a group of friends. With that group, including O'Keefe's co-worker on the force, Brian Albert, who invited people to his nearby home for late-night drinks. So just after midnight, Reed drove to Albert's house and O'Keefe got out of the car. But that is when we start hearing different stories. Prosecutors claim that O'Keefe and Reed, they had been fighting that night, and then she put her SUV in reverse, accelerated, intentionally hit him, and then left. And they say they have several pieces of evidence to back that up. First, the prosecution said in court documents that O'Keefe's DNA was recovered from a broken taillight on Reed's car and that shards of taillight had been found on his clothes. They also argued the text and voicemails between the two in the weeks and even hours before his death, including angry voice messages the night of, showed a strained relationship. Also noting that witnesses had said that O'Keefe had told her he wanted to break up and that she had accused him of cheating. Beyond that, prosecutors further alleged that Reed had told friends that she drank so much that night that she didn't remember driving to Albert's house. But arguably the most damning evidence of this is the fact that multiple emergency workers who responded to the scene have testified that they heard Reed repeatedly say, "I hit him," with one woman who helped search for O'Keefe saying that Reed had mentioned she had a crack in her taillight and even wondered out loud if she had hit him. But Reed, who was arrested 3 days later and charged with multiple crimes, she tells a different story. She's pleaded not guilty and denies ever harming O'Keefe. Instead, her lawyers have argued that he entered Albert's home and, while inside, he was fatally beaten and then dumped outside, claiming that Reed is actually being framed by Albert, his family, and both state and local police in a conspiracy to cover up the truth and protect the real murderer. And that story has been latched onto by a ton of people who believe Reed is innocent and have rallied to her support, starting the Free Karen Reed movement, with both Reed's lawyers and her supporters arguing that there are a number of inconsistencies here. Specifically, they say that O'Keefe's injuries are not consistent with being hit by a car, with them pointing to wounds on his arm that resemble bite marks, indicating that he was attacked by Albert's German Shepherd. There, you have prosecutors reporting that there was no dog DNA found on his body. And also, the medical examiner who conducted O'Keefe's autopsy didn't find, quote, any obvious signs of an altercation or a fight. But also beyond that, Reed's lawyers and supporters have claimed that there are issues with the whole taillight situation, noting that surveillance footage of O'Keefe's house shows her car coming very close to his parked car and asserting that she had in fact hit it, shattering her light. Additionally, the defense has gotten some witnesses to say they didn't personally hear Reed say she hit O'Keefe and that they didn't see pieces of broken taillight at the scene, with some questioning why the shards weren't found in an initial search but turned up hours later after heavy snowfall. And Reed herself has also disputed the claims that she said she hit O'Keefe, insisting that in her shocked state she asked, "Did I hit him?" a question, not a confession. But also, according to the Free Karen Reed movement, the most suspicious part of all this is that the authorities recovered the cell phone of a woman who was in Albert's home that night and helped Reed look for O'Keefe the next day, with that phone showing the woman had searched "how long to die in cold" on Google at around 2:30 a.m., a few hours before the body was found. But there you saw prosecutors hitting back, arguing that the search had actually been typed after O'Keefe was discovered, but it was put into a tab that had been left open since 2:30, hence the timestamp. In fact, they say that Reed herself had requested that the woman make the search after finding O'Keefe unresponsive. But also, regardless of who the jury ultimately sides with, I mean, this whole trial has swirled up a ton of noise, with Reed's devoted squad of supporters launching protests demanding that she be freed, raising money for her cause, with sometimes their actions being described as a bit too loud, resulting in a judge ordering demonstrators to stay 200 feet away from the courthouse and banning anyone from the trial wearing clothing with pro-Reed slogans. Meanwhile, you also have more fuel being thrown on the fire by a popular but controversial Boston blogger known as Turtle Boy, who notably has written tons of articles promoting conspiracies and also has sold a bunch of pro-Reed merch, with him actually getting in so deep that he was arrested in October on charges of witness intimidation. Hell, shit has gotten so out of hand that you even had the district attorney leading the case taking the extremely rare step of issuing a video refuting and contradicting some of the conspiracies, saying that the people promoting them had harassed witnesses. But for now, our our eyes are just kind of glued on this ongoing trial and seeing if we get any new information. Which on that note, all this is developing in real time, so this isn't going to be the last time we talk about it. And then, in big US drug news, we have sort of a good news, bad news situation going on. Right, on one hand, preliminary data from the CDC is showing that US drug overdose deaths decreased last year for the first time in 5 years. But, on the other hand, that still meant that about
Notice how the war on drugs is pretty much the unifying thing in every single fucking story except for like Boeing and the misogynist, right? And I still think the war on drugs is still probably even responsible for those things in some way or some form. And it's kind of crazy.
107,000 people died from a drug overdose in 2023. So about 3,500 fewer deaths than in 2022.
Yep.
That's about
And we're getting smarter about overdoses and all this too. We're only getting safer, but the fascism only gets worse, you know?
3% drop. And a key thing is that's after overdose deaths have skyrocketed in recent years. Right, from 2019 to 2020, they spiked 30%, and then from 2020 to 2021, they went up another 15%. So when you think of it that way, overdose deaths in 2023 were still twice as high as they were 5 years ago. Though also, another key takeaway is that it does vary from state to state. Right, in some western states like Washington and Oregon, overdose deaths increased by upwards of 27%. But in other states, including Nebraska, Kansas, Indiana, and Maine, overdose deaths dropped by at least 15%. You know, with all that, efforts to deal with this as a nationwide issue, they're relatively new. For example, it's only been 2 years since the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services launched a coordinated national strategy to prevent overdoses. So there's hope that this is actually a sign that that strategy and other initiatives are really starting to reverse that trend. You know, with that news, we see people like Dr. Catherine Keyes, a professor at Columbia University, telling CNN, it is a hopeful trend in some ways, but then also adding, it is certainly not a sign that we need to take the foot off the gas of overdose prevention. You know, with all that, fentanyl is a big focus here. And that's because while your common sense may tell you, yeah, synthetic opioids, bad times. So specifics may be worse than you think, right? Because synthetic opioids, including fentanyl, were involved in more than 2/3 of overdose deaths in 2023. And this is, we also know that more than 115 million pills containing illicit fentanyl were seized by law enforcement in 2023, compared to just 71 million.
Oh, damn it. What is seizing the fucking drugs gonna do? Is the drug addict gonna stop doing drugs that day because you seized the pills from the dealer? I guess, yeah, for that day they probably do. Yeah. But no, just go on down the road or to the next city and get more. That's what I did.
And less than 50,000 in 2017. In fact, in 2015, before the rise of fentanyl and methamphetamine use, there were approximately half as many overdose deaths in the U.S. And so all of that is bringing us back to the question of how do we deal with this problem, right? States like California and Oregon, for example, where deaths have gone up, they've been accused of reviving the war on drugs to combat overdoses. With Oregon, for example, recently recriminalizing even small amounts of illicit drugs. Also, at the national level, you have Republicans blaming the fentanyl crisis on Biden and what they perceive as his failure to control the border. And also, on that point, the DEA does say that
it's the failure to control the drug war. Biden's failure to control the drug war is why we have all these fentanyl deaths. If we had nice, clean fentanyl in the Walgreens, they wouldn't buy it. They would buy, heroin. You know what they do? They would buy pure heroin from the Walgreens, and there would be way, 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 way less deaths.
However, it's also
a lot of these deaths are because you're cutting that garbage. You're cutting that dope with the garbage. I know it is. If you after years of using methamphetamine, I was so aware that there was like 600,000 drugs in my bloodstream or something like that with all the cut that they had done, And I was like, Jesus Christ, pure drugs never would have affected me like this, You and your cut are why all these methamphetamine people are crazy. It's the cut and the dope. Methamphetamine, pure heroin, and pure cocaine don't make you crazy. You just sit there and you're like, I feel so good, You cut them with garbage and suddenly you're a psycho. Trust me.
Argued that we lack evidence to suggest that tougher drug laws, heightened border security, or increased drug seizures actually have an impact on the availability of...
I absolutely believe one of the reasons why I'm so cracked and unhinged... I know I am. I wouldn't say otherwise. I'll tell anybody who ever challenges me with those things that they're absolutely right. I'm cracked and unhinged, right? And this is because of the 7 and 6. 13 years of my 40 some odd years of life. 13 of them I was a methamphetamine addict, and 2 of them I was a heroin addict. And I feel that I was never ever a psycho until I had done 13 years of their cut. The cut, all that synthetic cut that they put in, that stuff drives you crazy, crazy, crazy. The more they cut the cocaine, the more crazy the person acts.
Time you have many experts pointing to the fact that only 1/5 of the estimated 2.5 million people with opioid use disorders in the country are in treatment, with them attributing the low number of Americans in treatment to systemic barriers, including a focus on abstinence rather than harm reduction, as well as things like insurance company policies and laws that are not based on science or are outdated compared to other countries. Also, to that point, U.S. overdose deaths remain higher than in other high-income countries. Right? It's not a unique American problem, but it is an exceptional American problem, which at the very least has to make us think that it doesn't have to be this way. And then we've got absolutely insane news coming out of Slovakia right now. Right? In a country where political violence is almost unheard of, there was an assassination attempt on Prime Minister Robert Fico. Although notably, I say attempt right now with a bit of an asterisk because he was rushed to the hospital in critical condition with life-threatening wounds. And as of recording this, despite 3.5 hours of surgery, the defense minister says that his condition continues to be serious and that, quote, "We do not have good news at the moment and we put our hope in the hands of the medical specialists at the hospital." So as far as what we know is that the attack happened in the central town of Handlova after Fico left a government meeting, with the 59-year-old prime minister then going out to greet supporters and shake hands, where he was promptly shot in the stomach. Ship drugs into the States. However, it's also argued that we lack evidence, one, with them attributing the low number of Americans in treatment to systemic barriers, including a focus on science or other high-income countries. Right? It's not a unique American problem, but it is an exceptional American problem, which at the very least has to make us think that it doesn't have to be this way.
No, if you ended your war on drugs, it wouldn't be that way. No, it would end. All that stupidity, all the fentanyl deaths, your dead cousin, your dead brother, whatever, right? They wouldn't be dead. The war on drugs is what caused all those deaths. It's all the cut and the garbage and that they put in the dope because it's a black market item, right? And all the wars and shit they have with the cartels and all this, that's all why this stuff happened. It's the causality of most of America's woes. Not all of them, but most of them.
Got absolutely insane news coming out of Slovakia right now. In a country where political violence is almost unheard of, there was an assassination attempt on Prime Minister Robert Fico. Where political violence way. And then we've got absolutely insane news coming out of Slovakia right now. In a country where political violence is almost unheard of, there was an assassination attempt on Prime Minister Robert Fico. Although notably, I say attempt right now with a bit of an asterisk because he was rushed to the hospital in critical.
Dnes 15. mája od ranných hodín zasadala vláda Slovenskej republiky na svojom výjazdovom rokovaní v Handlovej. Bezprostredne po ukončení rokovania sa predseda vlády Slovenskej republiky
Tonight, the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico, is in critical condition following a shocking assassination attempt early this morning. CBS's Charlie D'Agata has the dramatic video. Dramatic video.
Just moments after gunmen opened fire, just moments after gunmen opened fire on Slovakia's
Prime Minister Robert Fico. He collapses as bodyguards bundle him into the car. Security officials say he was shot 5 times at close range. The alleged shooter pinned down, the suspect described by local media as a 71-year-old former security guard and activist. taken by chopper to the closest trauma hospital, seen here being wheeled in. Tonight, Fico's office says he's fighting for his life. The shooter's motive is unclear. The Prime Minister has been a divisive figure in the Eastern European country of around 5.4 million people. The populist leader of a NATO ally whose pro-Russian, pro-Putin stance brought him to power for a third time. He has stood
A leftist killed him.
firm against sending more weapons to Ukraine. Tonight, he has stood firm against sending more weapons to Ukraine.
A leftist killed this righty. And I mean, if you're pro-Russia, I don't think you should be shot. But I don't think you're a good person. I mean, as in pro-Russia in the Ukraine-Russia affair, you know, war. I'm pro-Russia, but only when it doesn't involve that war, you know?
The Slovak defense minister called for calm.
What's happened? It's a political assault. It's absolutely clear. And we have to react on that.
Yeah, it appears that, like a punker, an old punker shot this fucking fascist. That's insane.
A political assault in which not only the Prime Minister's life, but the direction of his fractured country...
You almost never ever see that. You never ever see the left, like, assassinating somebody.
...hang in the balance.
That's usually a rightist thing. That's kind of insane. Seems like, I guess, the gloves are off now. That's insane.
Wounds. And as of recording this, despite 3.5 hours of surgery, the defense minister says that his condition continues to be serious and that, quote, "We do not have good news at the moment, and we put our hope in the hands of the medical specialists at the hospital." And so as far as what we know is that the attack happened in the central town of Handlova after Fico left a government meeting, with the 59-year-old prime minister then going out to greet supporters and shake hands, where he was promptly shot in the stomach by a 71-year-old man, according to local media. The government has now clarified that there were 5 shots before the suspect was tackled. His office also confirmed that he sustained multiple gunshot wounds and that the next few hours will decide whether he makes it or not. And while security and police have the attacker in custody, they're being tight-lipped right now. Though what we do know is that the suspect apparently legally owned a firearm, according to his son, who told local media, "I have absolutely no idea what my father intended, what he planned, what happened." Just as I was recording, officials came out and clarified that this was definitely a politically motivated attack, although they left it at that.
You
but
think?
Almost
You think?
Fico is a divisive figure both domestically and internationally. He's very pro-Russian. He's promised to veto any potential Ukrainian NATO membership, but at the same time, he's angered his base by promising to provide Ukraine with more arms. And so we really just don't know right now, though very notably, this is one of the few things that has put Biden and Putin, at least publicly, on the same page. With Biden saying that he was alarmed to hear reports of the attack on the prime minister, and adding, "We condemn this horrific act of violence. Our embassy is in close touch with the government of Slovakia and ready to assist." And Putin saying there can be no justification for this monstrous crime. I know Robert Fico as a courageous and strong-minded man. I very much hope that these qualities will help him survive this difficult situation. Please convey to him words of the most sincere support, as well as wishes for a speedy and complete recovery. And over in Slovakia, even opponents of Fico showed their support, with the outgoing president saying in a conference, "I am shocked. We are all shocked by the terrible and vile attack on Prime Minister Robert Fico. We may not fully comprehend yet the seriousness of what happened today. The shooting of the Prime Minister is first and foremost an attack on a human being, but it's also an attack on democracy. Violence is absolutely unacceptable. But for now, all we can do is wait to see what happens to the Prime Minister and then watch the fallout from there." And then, in big international news, things are kind of fucked for Ukraine right now. Let's just call it that. And with that, Ukraine's now voicing its frustration with a U.S. policy that's preventing it from using weapons against targets in Russia as Putin's forces continue their new offensive near Kharkiv. That attack was launched last week, and so far, Russian troops have managed to destroy key border towns and take up positions there. And according to people on the ground, the attack was absolutely vicious, with the local chief patrol officer saying within 24 hours, there were probably several hundred hits by artillery, mines, and dozens of cluster bombs. With even posting a video where heavy fighting could be heard, which is also why Ukraine evacuated over 7,500 people from the nearby villages to Kharkiv. Meanwhile, nearby, Ukrainian troops have been moving back to stronger positions near Kharkiv, which has been a city that Russia has really wanted to take since the war started, as it sits just across the border. The one thing that's unclear is whether this is a serious attempt to take Kharkiv or an attempt to stretch Ukrainian forces thin, right, in hopes that it could make more serious gains on other fronts. So there's also another thought that this is actually just an attempt to build a buffer region between Ukraine and Russia in order to make it harder for Ukraine to launch drone strikes on oil facilities in Russia. And evidence of this can be seen by the fact that they're blowing up bridges, which would make both a counterattack and pushing deeper into Ukraine harder. But either strategy, it might work, as Ukraine is already struggling to bolster their troops over fears of heavily increasing the draft. Whereas Russia, I mean, they've just openly drafted more troops. And it's now at a point where there are over 500,000 Russian troops attacking Ukraine. And much to Ukraine's frustration, Russia was able to amass 30,000 troops for the latest offensive just across the border. Also, when I say frustration, it's because Ukraine actually has the ability to strike those troops. It's just that the United States does not allow American weapons to be used within Russia. Though notably, the UK has recently lifted a similar restriction. Right, so Ukrainian forces have essentially just had to sit there and watch Russian troops build up in the open, which is almost the complete opposite to how the war within Ukraine's run. While there, I'm not going to get into too much detail because I actually have a pretty big piece on this tomorrow. It's important to note that this is an issue that's not going away either. But America just approved another large aid package for Ukraine, and those weapons will be barred from being used within Russia. And also, speaking of that package, there's some frustration over its timeline, with President Zelensky saying in an evening address to the nation this week that the time gap between the announcement of packages and the actual appearance of weapons on the front line is too large. However, we saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken pushing back on that while visiting Kyiv this week, claiming instead that some of the supplies were already arriving in Ukraine. Though, I will say that is not why Blinken's visit has been grabbing headlines. Instead, it was that this motherfucker showed up with his guitar and was like, anyone want to hear Rockin' in the Free World? And that's him playing it in some bar in Kyiv, which many felt was a bit out of touch. Also, I'm one of those many. I mean, look at the situation. They're like, please, Antony, we just want to be able to fight this war without our hands tied behind our backs. And he's like, best I can do is Freebird. This isn't some college party, Antony, where you're trying to get laid. Ukraine's already getting fucked. This is happening at a time where President Zelensky has actually canceled all foreign diplomatic trips in order to show how serious the country is taking all this. But in the meantime, there is one thing that is very clear. There will continue to be heavy fighting and a huge loss of life, which is also why tomorrow I'm going to talk about how this war is fundamentally challenging military doctrine and how modern wars are fought. So I'd love to know your thoughts here. Be sure to come back tomorrow for that. And then, it's hard giving up things that we enjoy, and it sucks. But if you tweak your brain a bit, it's not about giving it up, but more like switching it up. And switching it up to break that bad habit that you have, it can be easier thanks to the fantastic sponsor of the PDS, Fume. Because Fume is an innovative flavored air device that takes your habit and simply makes it better, healthier, and more enjoyable. And they offer different flavors.
Nope, marijuana's better.
Crisp mint, which I found quite refreshing, and sparkling grapefruit.
Marijuana's much better.
I didn't know what to expect.
Much more healthy than air.
And then, fidgeter in me likes the movable parts and the magnets. It's balanced just right. It keeps my fingers busy, which helps with anxieties that come with these types of changes. You can even adjust the airflow to your liking. I also like the magnetic stand that they have for the Fume, so there's no more losing it around the house. And that's it. You're just breathing in naturally flavored air through an award-winning device. No artificial flavors, nasty chemicals, or batteries involved. Just flavored air. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you could be the next success story. Plus, for a limited time, go to tryfum.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco to get a free gift with your journey pack. That's tryfum.com/DeFranco, code DeFranco. And then we need to talk about plastic and lies today. And specifically, we're talking about the global effort to deal with the human and environmental harms caused by its excessive use. And perhaps even more importantly, we're talking about the countries and companies that are standing in the way of a solution. Also, spoiler, the United States is absolutely one of them. Starting off with this, I don't know if I need to tell you why plastic is a problem. I could talk about the Great Pacific Garbage Patch or tell you the crazy statistics
It's a
about how the
problem.
world's plastic could bury Manhattan 2 miles deep or cover the entire surface of the planet. But the main thing to keep in mind is this. 400 million metric tons of plastic are produced every year, with some of it spilling into waterways or the ocean, ultimately damaging ecosystems and harming wildlife. Some of it also breaking down into tiny microplastics or nanoplastics that find their way into the human body and affect our health. And on top of all that, it's responsible for 3.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So part of the good news with that is that there is actually a global effort to deal with this problem. In 2022, the UN adopted a historic resolution to develop a legally binding treaty to end global plastic pollution. And so now, for the past 2 years, an intergovernmental negotiating committee has been meeting, with the goal being to draft a treaty text that everyone can agree to by the end of 2024, which truthfully is not an easy task. So far, there have been talks in Uruguay, France, Kenya, last month in Ottawa, Canada, and the final round of discussion is scheduled to take place in South Korea in November. So basically, we're 80% of the way through this thing, and things are not going so well. And that is because, surprise, surprise, efforts to limit plastic pollution might just mean that some companies make a little less money. And in large part there, we're talking about fossil fuel companies. right? Because most plastics are actually made from fossil fuels. And as ineffective as action on climate change may be so far, efforts to deal with that problem have of course taken aim at oil and gas production. And so to make up for those potential losses, fossil fuel companies are going all in on plastic, with increased plastic production being a major part of the industry's plans for the future. In fact, according to the International Energy Agency, for example, plastic is projected to account for nearly half of growth in oil and gas mining before the middle of the century, with estimates from the likes of oil companies even higher. Right? BP, for example, predicting that plastics will represent 95% of net growth in oil demand from 2020 to 2040. So with all this, the fossil fuel industry, as well as countries whose economies rely significantly on fossil fuel production like Iran, Russia, and Saudi Arabia, they've been doing their damn best to steer negotiations into a certain direction, with them specifically wanting to focus on things like recycling and pollution limiting rules, right, rather than on eliminating plastics altogether, partly to allow production to continue on current scales. So notably with that, American negotiators have also been unwilling to push for aggressive measures to curb production, with Douglas Macaulay, a professor of environmental science who attended the talks in Ottawa, telling NPR, it's not that the US is actively opposing some of these policies that can make a difference. It's that they are showing no action whatsoever, no ambition whatsoever for adopting any of these policies. And basically, it leaves it open for the fossil fuel lobby to argue that so-called circular plastics and waste management can solve the problem without limiting production. And that whole idea is pretty well encapsulated in this ridiculous ad from American Beverage, an industry association whose members include the likes of Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Our bottles might still look the same,
but they can be remade in a whole new way.
Thanks to you, we're getting bottles back.
And we've developed a way to make new ones from 100% recycled plastic.
See how our bottles are made to be remade.
Right, and that ad notably came out just a few days before negotiations resumed in Ottawa. And despite those actors' eager smiles, what they're saying is, it's bullshit. In fact, just a day after that ad aired, a study came out proving it, with a massive team of researchers finding that Coca-Cola and Pepsi branded products were far and away the most common plastic products polluted worldwide. With the authors of the study even telling the Washington Post that their findings are clear evidence that these companies' recycling initiatives are, quote, obviously not working, and also saying that we know what does work, and that's making and using less plastic. And to be clear, recycling, circularity, those are all good things, and they may have a place in the future. We're just nowhere near having the capability to keep up with the scale of plastic production today. In fact, a 2022 report found only 9% of all plastics ever produced have been recycled, and the United States having one of the lowest recycling rates of any country. Though that hasn't stopped the industry from pushing this narrative. With, for example, Benny Mermans, who heads the industry group called the World Plastics Council, with him saying in a statement in the lead up to the latest round of talks in Canada, our members are investing billions of dollars in infrastructure to scale up the supply of circular plastics so that used plastics are prevented from entering the environment as waste, landfill, or via incineration, and instead become new plastics. And again, while those investments may be happening, they've yet shown any sign of addressing the problem in a meaningful way. But these groups still have a lot of influence at these negotiations, with an analysis from the Center for International Environmental Law revealing that the 196 lobbyists registered for the talks in Ottawa, they represent a 37% increase from the 143 lobbyists registered at the last round of talks in Nairobi. And notably, they say that estimate is likely conservative, as they only included people who disclosed their ties to fossil fuel or chemical industry interests. But even with that, the fossil fuel and chemical industry, they registered more representatives than the smallest 87 country delegations combined, and more than the combined 180 representatives of the European Union delegation. And on top of that, they outnumbered the 28 representatives of the Indigenous People Caucus and 73 representatives of the Pacific Small Island Developing States, which, those last two groups, they are especially affected by plastic pollution. And finally, they also outnumbered the 58 independent scientists from the Scientists Coalition for an Effective Plastic Treaty by more than 3 to 1. But with all that said, this is about more than just having more people there. With Rachel Midvaney, an environmental health campaigner who works for the center that did the analysis, explaining the presence of actors in the room who are responsible for generating this crisis creates power imbalances that obstruct progress. And to that point, Bethany Carney Elmroth, a member of the Scientists Coalition for an Effective Plastics Treaty, explained how actors with conflicts of interest in the oil and fossil fuel industries delayed or blocked policy action for decades. And those same tactics are now being deployed in the defense of plastics, including producing misleading studies and false narratives, as well as undermining the credibility of academic science and individual scientists. And this, as she says, the independent scientific evidence is very clear. We are facing a triple planetary crisis with plastics as a central cause, and current production levels of plastics are not sustainable. And just to add to all that, she also reported at the most recent round of talks in Ottawa that she and other scientists were being harassed and intimidated by lobbyists, with one even yelling in her face at a meeting. And that, it brings brings us to the next big problem with these talks, which is access. Or because industry lobbyists, they don't only outnumber most other groups, they also reportedly get privileged access to member state-only sessions. And this is the communities most affected by plastic pollution didn't have the same access to these meetings. With one delegate for the Indigenous Peoples Caucus at the talks noting that even when they were allowed into meetings, they were given extremely limited time to speak. And so the end result of all this is that we're moving closer and closer to a treaty that'll have no real teeth to it. And we saw after the talks in Ottawa, negotiators agreed to keep working on the treaty in the coming months. But they failed to establish a formal process to review how much virgin plastic is produced or to determine how much might be considered unsustainable. And to that point, only 28 countries have pledged to back caps on plastic production. And notably, the US wasn't one of them, with the Center for International Environmental Law reporting that most countries accepted a compromise at the last minute that played into the hand of petrostates and industry influences. Which is Carol Moffat, the president of the center, telling The Guardian that the US should stop pretending to be a leader and own the failure it has created here. And adding, when the world's biggest exporter of oil and gas and one of the biggest architects of the plastic expansion says that it will ignore plastic production at the expense of the health, rights, and lives of its own people, the world listens. And that's absolutely something to think about. But with everything that I've discussed here, I want to turn the tables and ask you, what are you thinking here? And then, finally, today we have a congratulations to say and commentary. As far as congratulations, I gotta say congrats and happy birthday to Scott H. being the latest winner of our weekly $500 giveaway towards any tickets on SeatGeek. Scott saying he's heading to the When We Were Young Fest in Vegas with his winning. And for everyone else, that's right, SeatGeek and the Daily Dip are still giving away up to $1,000 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. You just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize. No purchase necessary. Plus, $1,000 prizes are available to Daily Dip subscribers who add code PDS newsletter, doubling entries and winning. But then two, with commentary, y'all had a lot to say yesterday in those comments. Starting with the fact that there were a lot of comments and conversation around Operation Blockout, where you have these big groups of people online creating block lists of celebrities who they say are not coming out in support of Palestine. With Nuka Lucas putting out the most liked comment on yesterday's video saying, I honestly can't possibly care any less what a celebrity thinks of the Palestine situation. They can't fix it, and forcing someone to talk about it against their will isn't going to get you a genuine response, just the response they think you want to hear. With there being an outpouring of replies in support of that, and others adding, what the F do I care what musicians think about this? I care what politicians think, and I vote for the politicians I agree with. And Mander's saying they want celebs to stay out of real world problems, but want them to be a voice box for them. Celebs are under constant damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Which I will say, while this is not a one-to-one comparison, I've only ever really experienced this in the sense of like a certain group will want me to cover a story, and I do, but I don't do it, I guess, the way that some of them want me to, which is me kind of just rolling through their talking points. So I get to get hit with the fun 1-2 punch of, why aren't you talking about this? And then not like that, but that's been a constant from a minority of viewers for the past 15 years, ranging from the smallest to the biggest topics. Also, I'll say in those comments yesterday, I was happy to see a lot of you enjoyed the worms deep dive. So there you had Kangaroo Boots saying the brain worms told me they also liked the Philip DeFranco show. Mason Racin also sharing, Phil, the worm story actually made my day. I have type 1 diabetes and my insulin pump blocked overnight, meaning I woke up with dangerously high ketone levels. I've been in the hospital all day, so after watching the story, I asked the nurse, and apparently me having such acidic blood could have killed off certain types of parasitic worms in my bloodstream. I mean, yeah, I probably didn't have any in the first place, but not having to worry about evil vampire worms is a positive in my book. Now, I only have to worry about the other 1,000 types you mentioned. And there's really no shortage of other fantastically weird and interesting comments. Like from the Mel Bell, who said, I'm an epidemiologist specializing in neglected tropical diseases, and that parasite story made me unreasonably excited. They're what got me into public health in the first place. I could seriously talk about them for hours. Parasitic infection is a huge underlying factor in a lot of major global health crises. They can worsen the effects of HIV and malnutrition and exacerbate poverty by keeping people out of school and work for extended lengths of time. The efforts in eradicating guinea worm have been a huge step forward for public health. It's so nice to see NTDs and parasites spoken about in global health context that goes past, ew, tapeworms. And then finally, regarding the CEO of YouTube saying that YouTubers deserve some Emmys, we had people like Messier Mitchell saying, why is YouTube CEO asking why creators aren't acknowledged by the Emmys when the most of them aren't even acknowledged by YouTube? Speak those facts. You almost had me do that stupid snap bullshit. I'm like, yeah, preach, brother. But also, two, I had some people rightly giving me shit because I forgot to acknowledge that YouTubers have actually gotten Emmys in the past. Like, you know, more recently you have things like Markiplier getting nominated for an Emmy, but also a long time ago you had things like the Lizzie Bennett Diaries winning an Emmy. But in my defense, it's very easy to forget all the things that Hank Green and the Green Brothers do.
What did Markiplier win an Emmy for? Oh, I'm on the loading screen, am I? Oops. Yeah, I'm getting on her. Yeah, I gotta go post. What did Markiplier get a fucking Emmy for? In Space with Markiplier was nominated for an Emmy. In Space with Markiplier. I've never heard of that. Let's go see what it is. The hell is that? Dunes. Oh, wait. In Space with Markiplier Part 1. Okay. Okay, well, let's go watch this next, I guess. This got 22 million.
As children, they were asked, what do you want to do? And they said, yes. I will do all of it as long as it is creative and or nerdy as shit. But that's also why I love them. But that is where today's show is going to end. But remember, I'll be right back for you, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe. Miss you every day. You like my oxygen.
Just looking through for stuff to sell before I place. Yep. And was that everything? I think so. I want to run the plants just like again, because just on this theory that the more times you click, the less likely you are to have a borked crop, I guess, is my theory. So I'm just gonna, like, because I'm scared I borked my crops by being like 2 hours late 2 days of the 3 weeks that I did this, you know? Or whatever, because I got like drunk. The day I got drunk, I kind of forgot for like a couple of days, or I just didn't do it, and yeah, that kind of cost me. I don't think I borked the crop, but I came close. Biden challenges Trump to debate. Really? No way. Biden Trump debate set. Okay. 12-year-old killed by evil parents, horrifying torture. Most terrifying president in American history. Trump on trial. Anyways, this finished, huh? So then let's go watch the Markiplier thing I'd never heard of before. YouTube originals. Now, can I watch this? I think I can watch this, right? I think I can watch this. I'm fairly sure. I can't get it to go. Oh, there we go. In Space with Markiplier.
Take a step back there, Captain. I'm sorry, no, I'm staring a lot. Huge fan. Been following your career for quite a while now. Invisible Tower, this is Shuttle Marmota, approaching docking bay 4. Closing the blast shields.
Shuttle Marmota, you're cleared to dock.
Yeah, copy you. Truth be told, we couldn't afford to show that anyway. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I know exactly where we're at. Check it out. We're gonna land in 5.
It's shot in the style of Hardcore Henry, so I think it's automatically super good.
Captain, we're here early. Gotta say it's an honor. You know, thinking maybe we could hang out or something. Go get a coffee, but you know, beer's cool.
Welcome aboard the Invincible 2, Captain. Glad to have you here.
Took you long enough.
But let me give you the grand tour before we embark. This is my pride and joy. My baby. Well, your baby, I guess now. But I made her, and a baby will always remember her father.
Biostand. Welcome aboard, Captain and Head Engineer. Prepare for sterilization.
First stop, the warp core, the heart and soul of the ship. Still not 100% sure how it works, but you don't need to know how something works in order to use it. And when we found it again, it passed every safety test with flying colors. It's not gonna be like last time. Oh, no. This time, the Invincible is finally gonna live up to her name. But just in case, I built in a special precaution. If anything goes wrong, we can detonate these explosives and separate the warp core from the rest of the ship. I've yet to meet a problem that can't be solved with explosives. And speaking of explosives, the main reactor. Turns out you pretty much need the power of a star to tear open a wormhole, so a star I built. Built like a tank, too. Captain? Bert. Yep. Yeah, it's Bert. He makes sure that the ship don't go boom. Next up is Cryo. Hey. The colonists are prepped, stable, and ready for transit. Systems are working at 110% too, which is a little weird, but overkill never hurts. Trust me. You do not want to be awake when the warp core hits the gas. Cece.
ASTAP. Captain, all colonists are prepped and stable. 100,000 souls ready for a new life.
My mother would like this.
Oh, don't worry. Before they know it, they're gonna wake up at the sight of a brand new planet with a fresh cup of coffee in their hands.
Why don't you give them more windows to look through?
Well, maybe I will. Maybe then someone might appreciate the aesthetics. Besides, what could go wrong with a crew like this?
ADS is good to go. Don't worry, Cap. No asteroids getting by me. You can count on that.
So handsome and you're beautiful.
You guys grab man ass a lot.
I'm so...
You guys grab her chest a lot.
I'm so...
Okay, she was like, okay.
Oh no, Captain, I'm falling. Catch me! Navigation is online, Captain.
Engines are looking good, Captain.
Life support is online, unless it's not, and then we wouldn't know until we passed out. Seems fine. Everything is accounted for. We're ready to see our new home. All that's left now is for you to say the word. Try not to get them too excited, Captain. I know how your speeches can get people riled up.
Space instead of drug wars and planetary wars.
Warp core engaged. Wormhole opening in 30 seconds. All personnel report to your assigned cryo pod.
It's all right, Captain. I'm sure you'll make a great speech once we get there. Oh, and I forgot to mention, it's not a problem, of course, but just before you go to sleep, be absolutely sure. Do not...
Wormhole opening in 10, 9,
8, 7, 6.
Error. Error. Wormhole opening in 3, 2.
A software update is available. Would you like to restart to apply this update?
Don't give up.
Software update complete.
Good morning, Captain. We are currently years into our journey. Absolutely catastrophic. Initializing emergency wakey protocol. Reviving head engineer.
What the hell is...
Hull breach detected. Seeing bulkhead. Fire on the bridge.
Fire on the bridge.
Systems failing. Automatic fire suppression system offline.
Error. Failsafes offline.
Fixed life support. I won't do it because it'll spoil it. I'll do this with my family. I gotta play. I love choose your own adventures like this. I think it's an interesting idea. But I dislike that I have to do it all over again. Or I guess you don't have to do it all over again, do you? You can just watch both. I guess you can watch both at this point. I suppose I could ruin it on stream, but I don't think so. I'll just leave the rest of it to you guys. But I'll watch it on my own personal time. And not spoil it for you guys or... You know, I hate how annoying spoilers can be. I had a bad spoiler today. I didn't know that she finally got to kiss fucking Andreas in Pentiment. The stupid ass skill up ruined Pentiment for me. It was the one thing that I was there for. It was what I was looking for in that story, was whether he gets with the sister or not. And then he ruined the second ending for me, which makes me sad. It makes me really sad. I'm never going to want to play Pentiment ever again. I already know now what happens, and I'm like, God damn it. I've never been affected by a spoiler like that before. Damn it, I didn't want Pentiment ruined for me. Fucking annoying. I mean, that doesn't ruin Pentiment for me, but it was a really crucial piece of information that I was going to stumble around for many more years. And try to get on a playthrough, you know? And his spoiler killed my fucking desire to play Pentiment. Which is so annoying. And I already beat that game. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm not mad at him. It's just, you know... That sucked. I didn't know how much I cared about that till it was, like, flashed across the fucking screen. Oh, good. This is going to be so much money if it sells. And all I did was invest at that with, like, 100K. She had a lot of room to place, which is good. I think when people see this much singles, they'll buy a lot of them. I should put stacks up for a really high price, like 70. Because it's only right, you know. Maybe not 70, but like 60, 64, 64. 10K extra for converting the sheets would be worth it. Wait, did I do all those? Wow, I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, yeah. Oops. Failed to place. Ooh, what's that? Oh, I died? How did I die? Hunger? Oh. Damn it, no. That's a long walk. That's alright. I'll do it AFK. Oh, well. I'll go back and get that set. I had no idea that I was, like, dying. Damn it. Hey, am I out far? I think I am. Is that good? I think... Oh, yeah, I am. I am out far. That's good. I think. Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe I should suicide and try for another spawn, though. I don't know. Does it matter? I don't think it does. I got the settings on my mouse screwed up. I didn't think about it, but I got my mouse wrong. I'm going to go fix it. I did. I'm doing this wrong, and I'm rewiring my brain the wrong way. I've got to do my mouse the correct way. I didn't think about this, but if I go into my mouse program and I open the G502 and I take a look at the side view, right now I've got spam E on that, but it's actually that. This becomes back. You won't work. You can't. Where is this? I can't remember. It's the... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Primary click, scroll down, left, right, back. Where's back? Where's forward? Oh, there we go. Back and forward. So, spam E. There. That actually makes so much more sense. Spam back and forward. Back and forward. I wired this mouse wrong. I didn't think about it, but I did. I didn't think about it right. Okay. I like this mouse so much more. It's so much better. It's such a better mouse in every way. It's weird because it's a lower designation than the one that I had. So, okay. Good. That's perfect. Yes. That's good. So, yep, mouse 4, mouse 5, right? And then I can like, oh yeah, I had my mouse wired the wrong way. That's fucked up. That's funny. Yep. And now I can just auto run with my right hand, all easy. Oh, it's, yeah, it's, I mean, it's always like that, but yeah, I like auto running with my right hand. It makes it much, much easier. I feel like I should be sort of going that direction. I guess I should. This sucks that I died from food and I have to walk all this stupid way. It's like, ugh. So you are going... I need to write a map macro for her so I can figure out where I'm at. Okay. Oh, that's a wolf. Gotta be careful. I'm stopped moving. Wait, I'm in desert. Yay! It actually was a really good fast run. Nice. Gaming YouTube superstar Markiplier said the entire media ignored him on the red carpet even though he was up for an Emmy. They're like, Hollywood's like, oh, you're a YouTube star. We don't care about you. Like, we don't care about anything that you do. Oh, that's a diss. He's like, yeah, Hollywood was kind of catty with me. I bet they were. You're taking away their money. Fuck Hollywood. I'm sorry, but I don't know. After watching Mank, I feel like Hollywood is not what we think it is. I think it's just an industry, and it has its problems and its labor disputes and its stuff. And there's the prima donnas and the gods and the managers and all this other stuff. When you really look at Hollywood like an actual industry, it's like, it's about the same as everything else. It's not any more special than anything else. We like the product a little bit more than we do other products, but it's, that's about it. There's a difference. I think I go that way, right? Yeah, I do. I go this way. Nice. Okay, so is she done? Yeah, she's done. Nice. I can go convert some more sheets and possibly make sales. Yay, no black screen. There's my house. Oh, get it? That was a wolf growling at me that I ran past. That damn near aggro, but didn't for some reason. Wow, that guy aggro from so far. He's a scarecrow. No, he's pack. He was essentially ignored. He has 34 million subscribers. Oh god. I'm still hungry, which is annoying. Like, I have to go get food, and I don't know where I'm gonna get it from. Can't live off human meat forever, I'll get sick. Oh, I need to fix the... I put, like, this here... I think the dehydration is what killed me, and I didn't get out there to go get water, and I will. I think that was what actually was the problem. Can I do anything with this? I don't think so. I think it's a glitch. Fuck. There's part of my problem solved, but I don't have a tool. If I could get like a stone piece off of the yeah, like something like that. Yeah, is that stone? No, that's not stone. Oh. I don't know why my knife isn't here. It seems weird. I just had it. I put the ammo away too. I'm gonna have to go get that too. DB is good to kill wolves with. I should research it, however. Oh, jeez. That cactus was so hidden that I didn't see it. I thought I was being sprayed with suppressed fire because I didn't see this cactus. See how it's like totally blocked by the aloe? You can't really see that it's there. I'm walking through, I stumble on the cactus, and I thought I was being wasted by suppressed fire. I was like, what? Oh, very good. Yes. Very good for a lot of reasons. Yay, there we go. So, yeah, I guess I'll bring a kit, or I won't bring a kit, but I'll get kitted out, and I'll wait for cargo, and I'll go there. Oh. Yeah, and I have rounds here. I need to research that. And the DB. I'm just going to research all that stuff. DB. I'll take the 250 scrap. I need a research bench. I need that. Need a research bench. Need a research bench. One is... But, yes, could use a research bench. Ooh. My Razer headset keeps disconnecting over and over again, guys. I'm going to take 2 minutes to figure out what the fuck's going on with it. Because it's driving me crazy. It's disconnecting like 40,000 times a day, and I've just been ignoring it for like 2 days. I'm going to actually address whatever's the fuck's happening. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, this is my thing. It's like blocked by metal or something like that. And it's no good. I've got to get a connection from an extender. Yeah, I'm sorry. This will only take like 2 minutes, you know. What just fell? What was that? The hell? Oh, there's that. I forgot I had those. Yeah, give me those things. Oh, God. Okay, so... we're going to put the Razer headset thing up extended somewhere where it'll reach. And I'm going to put it back in the USB thing here. Right. Yes. And then this Razer USB will not work. The USB will not... Oh, no, there it is. It's working. There. Then what happens? Did you change the sound on me by default? Is that kind of what happened? Oops. Gotta go see. No, you didn't change the sound on me. Oh wait, maybe Russ lost the sound. Oh yeah, there it is. So this did mess up Rust a bit when I unplugged the USB. Maybe it made a change or something like that. Oh, cargo spawned? Was that what it said? Oh, I missed it. I think it said cargo spawned or something like that, yeah. So, I think I've got to relog the client now because I have problems now that's going to cause it to crash, but... I don't know. I can't tell. Yeah, this screwed up my client. I'm going to... close doors and relog here real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to screw up my client by replugging it, but the good news is I probably won't have any more disconnects if I tie this around this. Yeah, like that. And there. And I probably won't have any more headphone disconnects even when I go to the bathroom, which is good. That's been a problem for a couple of years, actually. And you can see how lazy I am. I will let a problem ride for 2 years if it means me not addressing it. You know? I'm a lazy, lazy man. Alright, let's get back to it and load Rust. I love that it's warm enough to leave my door open all year or all day long now. I fucking love that when it's warm enough I can just leave that door open for weeks. I don't even close it for weeks, you know. It's easy to see what's going on if there's ever a security problem. We had a whole bunch of security added here lately. I have eyes on my entire property now. Before we only had it on the front. Now we got it all over the place. So now, Yeah, 2 stacks of ingots I've got to convert to sheets, I think. Yeah, so fire. Yeah, fire. And I did my plants right. I'm fairly sure. Yeah. I'm going to go and do some goldsmithing. Okay, let's listen to that. Let's listen to Red Beer Flynn about monsters and memories. Let's do Fallout 1 is brutally good. Yeah, it is brutally good. Yeah. Prime Minister of Slovakia shot 5 times. Supreme Court of Louisiana to use congressional map. Demonstrators arrested on UCI campus. Encampment cleaned up. Yeah. Game development contracting. We'll listen to that. That's brand new. Making a fake gameplay trailer, a warning for the gaming community. I can't do these because they're DMCA. Making a fake gameplay trailer, and warning for the gaming community. Making a fake gameplay trailer. Rust and Roblox is amazing. I've seen this one before. Yeah, maybe Rust and Roblox would be a lot better. Can you dig downwards? But I don't think you can. There's Lex Freeman with the Paul Rosali, Jungle, Apex Predators, Aliens, Uncontacted Tribes, and God. Wikipedia donations expose the truth. Logically answered. Unfiltered Tragedy on the Streets of America by Nick Johnson. That's 2 hours long. Let's listen to that, but it's probably hard hitting. The President Who Saved the World, Slovak PM shooting, pseudo-archaeology and the pseudoscience pipeline, gamers are the biggest threat to American society by Kira TV. I want to bump that to the top. Jon Stewart forces economists to admit capitalism screws us all. The Making of Fallout New Vegas. Sanders takes Tim Scott to class in heated floor debate, maybe in another life. Degenerate YouTube artists. I haven't seen Tom Dark in a while. Town's first black female judge arrested, dragged out of court, and disbarred by Made the Lawyer. What? The entire history of Fallout. Maybe that might be actually good. Let's watch that. The entire history of Fallout. Radiance, the Persian Gulf War, explain the mix of anarchy and OST. Little Kitty, Big City, you've got to be kidding me. Little Kitty, Big City. Oh my god. The most extreme event in climate history just dropped. Civil War riots. Kendrick Euphoria. Bad PR with Cody Johnston. Ashton Kutcher finally revealed his 25-year secret. That's from 8 months ago. PFAS last week tonight with John Oliver. Primitive survival fire using only rocks with far north bushcraft and survival. Unraveling the madness of primitive survival fire using only rocks. Okay. So, Unraveling the Madness of Kanye West, redo. Entertainment made by North Korea. Loot Reborn update. The Diablo 4 Loot Reborn update. I don't care about that. There's Kurt singing Nothing. Okay. Worst MMO ever, Karos, LiDAR, how Redditors expose the stock market, the problem with Jon Stewart, pre-rendered sprites in gaming, pre-rendered sprites in gaming, it's a short video, Retro Dark, huh? So, okay, let's listen to Retro Dark, that's Tom Dark, is it? Taverns alliances, the true purposes of vaults and Fallout. I killed the entire video game interest. A date with Markiplier, etc. And now I want to bump the Kira to the top. Yeah, run it to the top. Yes, there.
2024, and they've gone and done it again.
What?
We're back with another.
Whoa, you kind of like jerk spasm the start of this fucking video, YouTube.
It's 2024, and they've gone and done it again. We're back with another attempt from the United States government to tell everyone how video games are causing violence in the world, creating extremists, and most importantly, how they plan to stop it all. This time, the leading cause of extremism is apparently content creators, live streamers,
yeah,
and of course the returning classic, memes. I read this 45-page document that was created by a branch of the US government, so come with me on this magical, mystical, and often confusing carpet ride to discover how you, once again, are the problem. First things first, who exactly wrote this report and what's the overall goal? It was created by an organization called GAO, also known as the US Government Accountability Office. This office is funded by and directly reports to the US Congress, with the lead position being called the Comptroller General, a position that is assigned by the US President. The GAO exists, in their own words, to help the government save money and work more efficiently. They basically get paid taxpayers' money to try and hold the US government accountable in their spending and to try and find problems that need to be solved. This time, the problem they found that needs solving is gaming and social media. I'll read you in their own words why exactly this report was initially created. In recent years, content on social media and gaming platforms that promotes domestic violent extremism has influenced several high-profile attacks, according to experts and agency officials. As a result, some social media and gaming companies, as well as federal agencies, are making an effort to understand and address online content that promotes domestic violent extremism. GAO was asked to review domestic violent extremists' use of social media and gaming platforms. Essentially, they're putting forth the idea, directly, that gaming and social media has contributed to some heinous acts of violence. And I'm not even going to disagree with the premise that social media is a place that people become radicalized or communicate extreme ideas. Nor am I even going to disagree that there are pockets of the internet that foster communities like this. What I am going to disagree with is lumping gaming in there, as well as how they provide almost zero examples of what they claim exists throughout this entire report. Whether you disagree or agree, there needs to be substance to make the claim, but we'll get to that. So let's go over some of the greatest hits of the report. On the very first page, they essentially present a pipeline of extremism that stems from live streamers. The pipeline, in their words, goes from a live stream to video hosting sites, then to social media platforms and forums, eventually landing on user sharing. Now obviously they're not talking about your average Twitch streamer who plays Fall Guys or World of Warcraft. They're talking predominantly about those fringe streamers that are deplatformed from most of the mainstream websites. The type of people who are most likely deep down conspiracy rabbit holes and foster an audience that are probably on the way towards some pretty extreme beliefs. This is
I don't view my beliefs extreme at all. I view them as reality. And maybe that's delusional. I don't say anything I haven't seen evidence for. You know what I'm saying? If I suspect something, I'll say I suspect something, but I don't, generally do pretty well with like I don't say anything I don't believe anyways. Let's put it that way. I don't like theories. Not a theory person. I'm a theory person for running, like, you know, science and stuff like that. I'm not a theory person when it comes to conspiracy. I need fucking proof. I need to see the pictures and the statistics, you know? So, this one isn't burning. Very good. So... I need to chop a lot of wood, and I don't need to bring, like, a fancy set for this, so we will put it away for now, and I'll just take a chainsaw and a bow and an axe. Not an axe, but a recharged jackhammer. There we go. And yep. And I'll put on a more prim set for this, because, you know, it is prime time. Is it prime time? No, it's like 11:30. It's getting later. It's good. So, yeah. And then you, yeah, looks good to me, I believe. Sure. Yeah, seems good to me. Oh, what was this? Oh, name my item. I got this gyro stab. That's good. Pull it over a little bit and play.
It is a very real thing that exists. My issue with the usage of this, of course, is that there's almost zero context about what or who they're talking about. They just throw this infographic out there. This becomes a much bigger issue when you start to introduce the gaming aspect, which they essentially lump in with this entire report, using the very real social media bubbles of fringe content to smuggle in gaming as some kind of Trojan horse to Congress. This becomes apparent when you look at their inclusion of an ADL, Anti-Defamation League, article, which represents gaming as a whole as some kind of breeding ground for, and I will quote them here, white supremacy. The ADL report I also read, just to make sure I wasn't getting my wires crossed and I had all the information at hand. The GAO essentially used this ADL report to inform what they're talking about here. This is one of only like 8 sources that they cite in this report to Congress. So the ADL article is important to the points that they're making. And the ADL essentially claims that, quote, more than 4 out of 5 adults, 86%, aged from 18 to 45, experienced harassment in online multiplayer games. One of the few things in the article that could
gamers are some of the worst people I've ever met. Absolutely.
Graphic of data where they asked 13 to 17-year-olds if they experienced harassment and then broke it down by categories. The categories
every single day, all day.
Like disrupted play, such as trolling or griefing, which made up the largest chunk, and called offensive names, which came in closely behind. So what they're calling harassment is basically if somebody says you're shit at a video game, goes AFK in a ranked match, or intentionally feeds, team blocks you in FPS, something like that, something griefing or trolling you, they're basically using this to present an argument that gaming is full of these really bad people and it's extremely toxic and hateful, which seems pretty fucking out there as a concept to me personally. They then go on to use this data to claim that, and I'll need to quote you on this just to outline how stupid it is, as a result of being targeted by hate in online games, 30% of young players said they always hide their identity when playing online. Now, I've been playing video games online since 1997. I've never once not hidden my identity in video games. I don't make my character name my actual full name. I don't make my character look like me. I don't change my display picture to be a picture of me. Nobody does this. We all inherently hide our identity just by virtue of existing in video games and always have done. We create usernames and gamer handles and tags. So this makes zero sense to me. They're trying to basically say that due to somebody trolling you in a ranked match or calling you shit at a video game, whatever it's going to be, which we all know people do, they all say outrageous things in games to just try and offend you. Nothing about you personally, probably, because they don't even know who you are. The ADL's trying to make this link that due to that, and they've shown the data, the majority of it is coming from these two groups of what they call harassment, to say that this is making young people hide their identity. And if this is what you're putting forward, I have to question your credibility or what your goal is if you're dragging this into your report as if it made any sense or contributed towards an actual point. Now, this is where it gets wild. They also polled kids, literal children, ages between 10 and 17, asking if they had been exposed to white supremacy. They even specifically outlined to the children that by this they mean the exact concept of believing white people are superior to other races and white people should be in charge. That is a quote. Apparently 15% of kids said yes, they have been exposed to this in multiplayer games. At which point I'd ask, what the fuck are kids playing nowadays for this to
Minecraft,
be
Rust, Counter-Strike, Fortnite,
now I obviously don't play
Roblox,
but in all my time playing online games, I've
have.
been exposed to white supremacy. I've been exposed to people saying words that they shouldn't
Oh,
be
white
saying to try and offend
supremacy.
people. I don't think I've
No,
been
no
exposed to
white
actual
supremacy.
ideological white supremacy.
I've
like
seen
somebody
Nazi signs.
speaking out a manifesto or something. Maybe
No.
times have changed, but
No,
anyway,
no,
that's
no.
in there. The next section they called ally behaviors, which I'm going to skip for everybody's sanity. The next part is really interesting, actually, to prove a point that I'm trying to make. And this is where they give a statistical breakdown of which games these kids are reporting being harassed in. And since we've seen that they're using trolling and saying bad words as personal harassment in video games, you know exactly which games are going to be at the top of the tree. All the competitive team-based ones, obviously Valorant, Call of Duty, Dota 2, Fortnite, PUBG, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and the list continues. So essentially the ADL has built a statistical basis that claims harassment in online games is growing and causing people to do heinous acts in real life, because kids log on to a competitive game, get told they're shit, called some names that are probably based on shock value and nothing to do with them personally because they don't know personally who they are, get trolled. That's what this report is. And just for the record, 3 of the people that were experts that consulted on the GAO's actual congressional report work for the ADL, so were probably in some way involved in this report. This gets worse when they get to the section that they talk about adults and their experiences of harassment. The ADL claims that from their data, 17% of adult gamers experienced doxing, as in having their personal identifying information like full name and address posted online. And that also, get this one, 12% of adult gamers in America experienced swatting, which the ADL define as having a stranger make a false report to emergency services to target somebody. So they're claiming out of 60 million American adults that play...
I think they should kick the kids off the games. Kick them off Counter-Strike, kick them off Rust, kick them off anything with fucking violence at all. Grand Theft Auto 5. I think those are things that they shouldn't see until they're 18. I've always thought this. It's weird, you know? And kick them off the games and let them play their own games or whatever, you know, let them play Splatoon and shit like that, but not until they're like let them play Fortnite and stuff like that, where they can't talk to somebody who can subvert them, but I mean, they can. That's the problem. I'm like I don't know why Fortnite has voice even. I don't think it should. And let them Discord if they want to talk to each other on a squad, you know. I think I think they've been very insecure, and I think it has damaged kids, and I think a lot of the damage that is being caused to people and even adults are caused by kids who have been damaged. You know? Like, I never did anything like these kids do before I was 18. Like, the worst thing I ever did before I was 18 is break into my high school. You know what I'm saying? That's bad. Worse than what these kids do, you know? Oh, it's, well, not everything they do, but most of the things they do, right? But what I'm saying is it's like, you know, like, I got caught for that. I did my time and all this. These kids just, like, freely abuse on the internet and get away with it pretty much completely freely. And I think it's because the culture jaded them before they were 18. And the reason that they act like garbage crab people and attack, like, all the fucking time is because they're just exposed to this nasty internet dregs culture before they're 18. And if they were just left to be normal kids until they were 18 and they weren't exposed to nasty communities online and so like or crazy ideology on YouTube or crazy ideology on these fucking like voice comms and discords and shit like that, open forums and all that, I'm actually kind of against adult gamers mixing with kids gamers. I think the kids gamers should have a league, but I think they would say the same thing. I think if you're between age 1 and age 18, I think you should be in your own league with your own kids games that adults aren't even allowed to fucking play. And I think everybody should have either a social or an ID that they've memorized by the age of like 5 that they use to sign into their internet thing, and they can't bully or abuse anybody at the age of 15 or anything like that because they're just tracked all day. And I think there's all the and I don't believe their privacy is this thing on the internet, so I don't care about their privacy. Honestly, I don't care about their privacy. Honestly, don't care about their internet privacy. I don't believe it exists. I think if somebody somebody wants to know something about you on the internet, they'll have it. There's nothing that can stop that. So I don't really believe in their privacy on the internet, which is my problem with it. I think they mix with us on YouTube. I think they mix with us on fucking Counter-Strike and Rust and shit like that when they really fucking shouldn't. Because like, I'm okay with them playing, like honestly, I'm okay with them playing Rust with them, like, with their own age. But I think the games need to be, like, age fucking, like, segmented, or whatever you call it, segregated. I think the games should be age segregated, like, you know? Like, you know, I really do. And I don't want to know what's going on down there in the Fortnite Kids Leagues, and I don't want them knowing what's going on up here in adult Rust. An adult won't spend his time fucking like doxing or haxing you or something like that because they know that they're going to go to federal prison. They know they're 18, you know? They're 18, they'll go to federal fucking prison if they get caught for that. And I doubt any of the doxing that goes on is ever fucking adults because they know they'll go to federal prison for like goddamn 20 years for that or something like that, you know? So segregate the fucking communities and let the kids abuse the kids and let the adults abuse the adults. They never should have fucking mixed in the first fucking place. It is way too fucking easy for kids to get Grand Theft Auto 5. It's way too easy. There's all, like, trust me, it's way too fucking easy for an 8-year-old to get Grand Theft Auto 5, and it happens to. And they like go and pick up a hooker in the goddamn car, and they take it over to the grass, and they let the hooker fucking ride them and shit while they listen to, like, Kendrick Lamar sing about, like, you know, fucking like swimming pools of liquor and shit like this. The kid's 8 years old. He's 10 years old. He's 12. He's 14. He's 16. He's like, you know, he's completely fucking malleable to the fucking bad actors in the surroundings around him. This is what children are. I consider the garbage crab kids and what they've turned into completely because they are exposed to garbage crab adults, and they shouldn't have been. Like, I consider my Rust problem hacker child idiot like a fucking product of his environment, complete lemming, just doing everything that everybody around him does, like a fucking like monkey see, monkey idiot do. You know what I'm saying? Complete fucking product of his goddamn environment, and that never should have been that jaded before they were 18. I don't think they should be on Reddit. I don't think they should be on adult YouTube. Honestly, I really do think this. And all the kids, I guarantee you, they're gonna be like, fuck that idea, I need this shit. I need to be jaded by weird adult things and sexual things and weird racist things and all this at the age of 15. Nah, you're just a goddamn moron who's fucking completely still forming as a human being. And this is why we treat you like you can't have cigarettes or alcohol or sex or condoms or any of this other shit. This is why we treat you like that shit about that. And they're like, no, your brain just hasn't formed yet and you just don't know any better. By the age of 18, you're beginning to think about how it's one door knock away from federal fucking prison. Trust me, that's why we don't hear about adult doxers. You're one door knock from a fucking adult prison charge of 10 to 20 years getting butt raped in fucking prison. That's actually what happens to doxers who get goddamn caught. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I'm not trying to scare straight kids or something. I'm saying, like, why the fuck are the kids ever around people that would ever teach them those ideals or teach them how to do it or any of this other shit? It's because the Discords are mixed. The YouTube is mixed. The kids should not be talking to fucking adults. And I believe the one thing that the internet can do is completely separate those two things. I believe that's something that the computer technology age absolutely can do. I think it can card a kid when it wants to use YouTube. I think it can card an adult when it wants to use YouTube. I think the same carding that we use for liquor and cigarettes and you know, buying a hooker in Vegas or whatever, right, is the same shit that we should have for Grand Theft Auto 5, Counter-Strike, and Rust. And I never ever should have been fallen victim to a piece of shit toilet bug turd shit monster who's a complete goddamn environmental walking disaster of just the other people that have jaded him into a worthless human being. You know what I'm saying? And this is because they're young, they're impressionable, and they've been destroyed by these garbage crab people like 3 years before they're even an adult, or even like 5-6 years before they're an adult. And they want to blame adults, and they want to come attack us and dox us because we don't play the same games they do, or we're 40 and we don't play as well as them, or whatever the fuck. And it's just like, nah, man, you were exposed to garbage. You pound garbage all day long. Your brain's garbage. You've got feces for a fucking brain, and you know, and that's all you do. do is spew shit at other people instead of actually living your fucking life. And this is because for like 6 years when you were a child, you were fucking jaded by piece of shit human beings who screwed up and fucking screwed your fucking spaghetti brain into a fucking spiral where you have to come and attack me, your fellow fucking gamer. The only goddamn constituency you have. You aren't represented by anybody the fuck else. And so you come attack other fucking gamers because that's how good you are. The piece of shit human beings, the shat in your mouth and now you got shit for a brain. You know what I'm saying? The piece of shit human beings that did that to you, right? Like, you know, you are now a product of that environment. You are a product of that environment. You have become, like, you know... Now, what happened here? Oh, the sound of Rust went out? Is that what happened? Yes, the sound of Rust went out for some reason. That's weird. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah. And then, like, and then they just attack, like they know what the fuck they're doing, but no, they're fucking idiot children. Or they're man children, which is worse, which is the same thing. When they were 12 to 15 or something like that, some other gamers, like 20 years ago or whatever, turned them into pieces of shit. And this is why they have hentai addictions and fucking bathwater addictions, and they watch fucking anime all day, and they vote right-wing Republican, and they spew their fucking Little Eichmann fucking ignorance and all this stupid-ass shit, and their fucking, their buzzwords of like, you know, like fucking M-words and fucking, you know, racial slurs and stuff to shock people and all this. That is garbage crab culture that was taught to you before you were 18 and you were a malleable person who just sucked all that garbage into your fucking mouth like a literal human toilet and used it instead of a brain. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what it is. It's a sheeple who got shat all over for like 6 years before they were 18, who now have literal human feces instead of their own brain anymore. And they're just stuck on attack, and they're blowing up, and they're fucking idiots, and they're completely garbage toxic people. They absolutely are. And then they come attack people like me. And it's like, nah, man, what happened? What actually happened to you is childhood trauma. That is why you do the things that you do. It's why you act the way that you act. The people that taught you the way that to act, and you watch all these videos that teach you how to be a shitty person and all this. I don't know why you're allowed to watch adult YouTube. I don't know why you're fucking allowed to play adult games. I don't know why you're thinking about fucking large clan Rust and murdering some dude with an AK-47 at the age of 15. I want you fucking thinking about the soccer game. I want you thinking about the cute girl or boy in your fucking high school class. I want you thinking about social studies and politics and civics and shit like that. I don't want you thinking about large clan Rust and trying to butt rape some fucking dude that you met on the fucking internet like the idiot that you are, right? I don't want you, like, trust me, I want you to actually be a legitimate fucking human being, right? And now we got a whole generation of them, a whole generation of this. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, cut them off from the adult content entirely. What the fuck? Like, what has the Congress been doing? Like, I don't want them to ban TikTok. I want kids to not be able to watch badonkadonk videos on TikTok. Is that too much to ask? You know? Or kids like see hateful Rush shit on Komomo videos or whatever that are like geared entirely towards adults, you know? And so then they engage in that behavior on their fucking community. They think it's funny, like for a laugh or whatever. But no, we come up with these studies that tell us that like 50% of the community have been fucking traumatized by you pieces of shit for no good goddamn reason. You're stuck on fucking damage now, and you're just, you know, you never play healer or tank. You're stuck on damage, and you don't think about your community ever, and you're just selfish, and your entire culture is memes and all this goddamn garbage that has to do with you receiving goddamn abuse before you were 18. You know what I'm saying? Be it the shitty internet communities that jaded you into whatever piece of shit you are now, to your parents, to everything else. You know what I'm saying? It is like that. So now I'm calling for separate YouTube, separate fucking Counter-Strike, separate fucking Rust, separate Apex, separate fucking all these games, separate LOL. I don't want adults playing with kids. I don't want kids playing with adults. I don't want some kid doxing adults. I don't want adults talking to kids. What is this, some kind of weird, crazy concept? It's like everything else in every other part of our culture when it comes to kids. I don't want fucking, like, I view modern video games right now today like a high school that any creepy fucking weird dude with Nazi ideals can just wander into and teach high school classes on how to dox people. I literally fucking think that's how the fucking internet is now. And I don't know why. You want to talk about like government, like failure. You want to talk about like government failure? This internet has not been legislated, and it needs to be. The kids are on the porn sites. The kids are in the fucking shitty Counter-Strike channels that are talking about actual fucking bullshit like rape and white misogyny and all this other shit. The kids are in bad places, so they come and they attack us because they're fucking idiots. They're kids. They don't know any better. They're kids, and I'm sure they don't like that I'm talking about them like this, but trust me, when they're my age, they'll say the same goddamn thing. They'll say the same exact goddamn thing. They'll be like, kids should not be exposed to this sort of culture, and they'll be like, God damn it, I know what it did to me. Trust me, they hate me right now because they think they need this toxin in their fucking bloodstream for some reason because they're like addicted to it, right? But if they were separated from it and they had their own kids' channels and they play Rust with only kids, right? They would have such happier fucking lives. They absolutely would. I don't know what the fuck a kid is watching a 40-year-old streamer in the first fucking place. I don't want them legally in my channel. I don't want, like, legally, if I could, I would ban them out of my fucking channel. I don't want kids in my channel. Never did, never will. Right in my fucking warning, there's like strong elements of zombie decapitations and violence and such, and this is not for kids. And understand, I don't want you here. I never did. I don't want your abuse or any of this other stupid ass shit. I want you playing with other kids your age like a normal adjusted human being. Not normal maybe, but just, you know, like an actual like human being who lives in reality. I don't want you on my Rust like throwing up Trump signs like some kind of goddamn piece of shit little Eichmann moron who isn't legal enough to vote. I don't want that stupid ass shit. I need you to actually grow the fuck up and turn into a better human being. It actually has to happen. You know what I'm saying? And one of the ways that we do this is we separate it, whether you're an adult now or you're a child now, I don't care. We separate those two communities. They never should have mixed, is why doxing happened. It's why all the internet bullying and cyberbullying happens. It's because adults stalk kids and kids stalk adults. It's just creepy. It's entirely creepy, and the kids are creepy too. The kids are just as creepy as the adults. They don't have any more social fucking awareness. They got less social awareness. They've got less jail time possibility. They got less fucking like read the room ability. They don't know what kind of psychic damage this shit causes because they're children. They're fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying? They haven't lived long enough to understand how to know. So like, why the fuck are they on the same fucking platforms as us? Why are they on Twitter? Why are they on Instagram? Why are they on, like, give them kids Facebook, give them kids Twitter, give them fucking kids. Like, seriously, dude, you guys have been mixing like adult and child culture for far too fucking long on the internet, and it's unhealthy for both cultures. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Those kids, they're on Rust talking about stupid ass Trump or some fucking bullshit ass fucking low IQ bullshit, spouting whatever their idiot parents are saying. Like to full blown adults who are taxpayers who work hard in this goddamn country their whole lives, and some idiot kid walks up to you, starts talking about fucking Trump or some stupid ass shit on Rust or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck? You're a child. Go play Splatoon on your Switch and chase the girl down the street and throw dirt at her. What the fuck are you doing talking to a fucking 40-year-old man? And trust me, the kids are just as corrupt in a fucked up way. They take that they take that loss of their innocence on like heroin or something like that. They go chasing it. They go to the darkest dregs of the fucking internet. I know they do. It's disgusting. They end up in the darkest dregs and they think that's normal. No, normal is throwing dirt at the girl down the street or whatever and like running around on your bike when you're 15. Not fucking talking to some 40-year-old dude on Rust like the born loser that your shitty fucking kid ass is. And I'll call you a shitty right to your fucking face. I don't care. You're a product of you're a product of a brainwashed fucking internet culture that turns you into a piece of fucking garbage. And pretty soon the government legislation is going to catch up with your entire culture that essentially mind raped you when you were underage. And we're going to shut down that piece of shit culture. We're going to shut it down. You know what I'm saying? Kids won't be able to watch Kira much longer. Enjoy it while it lasts. Like, eventually you're going to have to watch people like Jojo Siwa or whatever the young Jojo Siwa is now or whatever. You're going to have to go watch Drake and Josh, whoever the young Drake and Josh is now. I don't watch kids programming. I don't care about kids or kids programming or whatever. I don't hang out with kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking, like, Like, trust me, that's what you should be doing. Rust and Call of Duty and Siege and CSGO 2 skins and bullshit-ass fucking politics and shit that you can't even vote for yet should not be on your fucking mind. You have spewed bullshit that your parents and the fucking community around you have brain scrambled your fucking spaghetti mind with, and that's why we call you Spaghetti Head. And you're like brain scrambled. I'm allowed to say these things because I'm 40 and I worked hard all my life and I pay my taxes and I've done my time and I'm a good American and all this shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm allowed to have these opinions. That's the thing. You aren't, and you shouldn't have ever been around me. And, you know, reality call, wake up check time. These kids should have never been around us. They shouldn't have been in our World of Warcraft community. They shouldn't have been using fish face to make fucking Nazi symbols. They shouldn't have been doing that stupid shit when they were 15. They shouldn't be playing Dota 2 when they're 15. They should be playing, I mean, I don't know. What's a good fucking 12-year-old game? Like, I don't know. Minecraft Legends or something. They should not be playing Rust or like super modded, deep third core party, like creepy under internet Minecraft and shit like that. I think the Minecraft community is a huge part of this. I think there was a bunch of corruption in the Minecraft community when a bunch of them aged out and they started jading the entire fucking like child race that watched the Minecraft videos or whatever. I swear to God. And this is why we don't want adults on kids' YouTube or kids on adults' YouTube. They twist or games either. I don't want to ever hear another goddamn squeaker in any of my fucking games ever again, and I want them carded. I consider a Call of Duty lobby so much worse than a strip joint, a fucking tobacco store, and a liquor store and a crack den combined. I consider the Call of Duty, Rust, and fucking CSGO 2 lobby more corrupting than a crack den, a fucking liquor store, a fucking tobacco shop, and a fucking pornography store. I literally do. I consider it to be far more worse for children. I really do. And why those things ever mixed in the first fucking place, I think you can lay at the fucking feet of Microsoft and Sony. I don't think Nintendo did this, and I could call for the death of Microsoft and Sony and the death of the ideals of the children in our video game culture. The death of their ideals. The children that I knew 10, 15, 20 years ago, the American children that I knew when I was younger, when I was like 10, 15, 20 years old and stuff like that, right? The children that I knew never, ever, 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 ever would have even conceived of doxing somebody, treating somebody like shit online, stalking girls and treating them badly or anything shit like that. We had so many women playing video games back then. I don't ever meet women playing video games anymore. You want to know why? Because the kids and the adults mixed and they jaded each other and turned it into this crazy, toxic piece of shit thing where the women have to hide and the kids are scared and the adults are fucking up the kids and the kids are attacking the adults, and it's fucking weird. It's just frankly weird. It's weird. When I think of what, you know, like, when I think of what happened to, like, all of these weird, creepy streamers like Daniel Larson or whatever, I know that that's a bunch of 15-year-old fucking kids who just don't have the experience on this planet to know to do anything better than what they did, which is just troll for 10 years long. And now I'm not defending Daniel Larson. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? He's in jail right now. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about Daniel Larson. I'm saying 10 years of trolling by 15-year-old kids who should be out riding their bikes around and thinking about soccer in high school and shit like this instead of their Call of Duty or Counter-Strike fucking lobby and how angry and right wing they sound or whatever. You know, it's really weird. And sure, they're gonna come home and play video games, but I don't know why they're not on Minecraft and kids games like Splatoon on their Switch. Let them play Nintendo. They should be playing fucking, like, they should be these well-rounded young kids who play Zelda, you know, Tears of the Kingdom and Fortnite Minecraft Legends and Fortnite and Lego Fortnite that don't know who Trump is. They don't know like a good child age 15 right now wouldn't even have any idea who Joe Biden or Trump even was, just what their parents had fucking said about them. That was it. Right? I don't want to hear what some piece of shit 15-year-old pissant has to say about Trump. He can't even fucking vote. You know what I'm saying? And I hear this all the time. I hear squeakers like pushing some right-wing fucking Nazi ideal all the fucking time. Little Eichmanns just spewing their parents fucking poison on full-blown Discord or whatever the fuck. I hear it all the time. I see it all the time. I see it on the YouTube videos all the fucking time. It's so stupid. This video that we're watching is entirely about that. And like, you know, and I know why it is because that censorship that you do for liquor, tobacco, pornography, guns, all that stuff, you just didn't apply that to the internet, and you let the kids go to every last fucked up dreg of the internet. And now we have kids on adult games talking like adults. We have adults on kids games hunting kids. We've got fucking, you know, it's just disgusting. It's like, what the fuck happened to you? Cancel Microsoft, cancel Sony. What the fuck happened to you guys? Nintendo didn't do this shit, but you guys did. You had kids in that Call of Duty lobby, and I say that makes you completely morally fucking bankrupt when it comes to the family values that you piece of shit right-wingers who own these companies push all the goddamn time. You know what I'm saying? That is your approach with that Call of Duty lobby, you know? In the 360 era, when I was 16 years old, those bad company lobbies were horseshit garbage, and they turned me into a terribly toxic human being. The World of Warcraft trade chat when I was 17 years old was one of the most terrible fucking things I've ever fucking engaged in. It absolutely was. I should not have been exposed to it. I should have been playing WoW for kids, you know? And the adults should have been on WoW for adults. And I need serious reform of this fucking politics and this government. I want the right-wing party to fucking die. They've been worthless for 80 years now. I want the fucking video games to scrub the kids out of the adult games, you know what I'm saying? And I want the bigotry and the mixture of these cultures to fucking end. I believe in segregation. I'm the most ultra left-wing fucking liberal you will ever meet. But I believe in segregation when it comes to adults and kids. I absolutely do. I believe in segregation in one time and almost one time only. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, segregation of violence, sex, and video game cultures when it comes to kids. It's the only segregation I actually believe in, and it's the only segregation that the fucking idiot right wing runs on is family values. You guys don't believe family values for shit. You've got these 16-year-old kids up in a Call of Duty lobby playing Grand Theft Auto 5 in the off time. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get these kids off these violent-ass games. I don't care what some piece of shit kid says about Donald Trump. I really don't. Don't care. The culture should have never mixed. You are failing him. You're failing his parents. You shouldn't have Microsoft or Sony anymore. You have been mixing those cultures for too fucking long. You should have seen it coming. If I had done the market research in 2006, I would have seen this coming. That Nintendo wasn't going to lose to this, but Sony and Microsoft might. Your Call of Duty lobbies and your Activision fucking toxic ass Blizzard culture, your World of Warcraft trade chat, and all that Barron's chat bullshit that's basically essentially 4chan on the video games where all the 12-year-olds can fucking read it, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's a morally bankrupt, fucking fucked up, billionaire software despot, fucking game developer, piece of shit, Phil Spencer, cocksucking thing to do. I think you fucked up a whole generation of kids, and now I'm paying the fucking price for it while they do shit like attack me all day. I'm paying the price for it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, these piece of shit, clueless ass kids who aren't even old enough to have sex yet or vote really got to tell me something really perverted and fucked up and sexually harass my fucking partners and like, you know, and fucking, you know, act like complete degenerate demon spawns just because some adult got around them when they shouldn't have. And it's not the kid's fault, it's your fault. And I wish to hold you accountable for it. I call for the downfall of Sony and Microsoft, and I don't care if you fucking listen or not. I call for the downfall of Sony and Microsoft. You have mishandled children, and I do not believe you should have a corporation anymore.
7.2 million.
Every time I get attacked by some piece of shit kid, there's been like 7 of them. 7 of them. I know the current one thinks he's special, but there's been 7 of them long before him. You know what I'm saying? And like there's been 7 of them, and they're all fucked up little 15-year-olds. Even if they're 40, they're still a fucked up 15-year-old because back when they were 15, they were exposed to a culture that they shouldn't have been exposed to. So even if it's a man-child currently fucking attacking me, it doesn't matter. It's the same old goddamn fucked up childhood trauma from when you were like, you know, 7 to 15 or something like that. It's the same old bullshit. This is what the PTSD fucking, you know, therapist tells me all the time. All you guys are doing is living out goddamn old childhood trauma from when you were young and you were exposed to something that you shouldn't have been. And that's exactly what the fuck it is. That's exactly what it is. And you think it's my fault. You just have to be stuck on attack like a holy hand grenade that never stops exploding. Like that's a good thing to be, you fucking idiots. That's not a good thing to be to anybody or any time. It's never good to be this hand grenade that never stops exploding and damaging everybody around them. It's never good to be that. You must do better. And the fucking culture has completely jaded you into this complete piece of shit that knows better than this. You know better than all this stupid shit. But the culture has completely fucking twisted you. You didn't listen to your parents. You don't listen to the smart people in your life. You embrace the Counter-Strike fucking lobby, and it's goddamn worthless. It's stupid. We don't like you. We don't even want you playing the same games as us anymore. You have let that poison into your heart the same way that I have, and we are both been damaged by the same exact thing, except I got it back when I was 15 too. I was damaged by the World of Warcraft lobby and the fucking Call of Duty and the Battlefield lobby when I was 15 too, just like you. I'm the adult version of you 20 years later, what you're gonna fucking turn into. And trust me, until you fucking embrace it and understand and end this stupid ass fucking like facade war in your idiot fucking mind and embrace the idea of not being so toxic and all this stupid ass shit and let it go and embrace the sunshine, go outside and, you know, there has to be a morning after and all the suns and all the sun and the fucking birds start singing and chirping and you wake up and you have your epiphany that, yeah, you've been poisoned by a toxic culture for at least 2 to 6 years that's turned you into a garbage toilet bug person, and this is why nobody likes you, your parents don't like you, your friends don't like you, you'll never have sex, and all these other fucking problems. You took that toxicity, you put it deep down inside your fucking heart like 6 years ago or something like that, and you need to change, right?
Of them have experienced swatting, with also 10 million of them experiencing...
I'm not stupid. You think I don't know anything about anything. No, I know. I've got the entire thing fucking sussed out to almost down to the point where I could win a lawsuit with it. You know what I'm saying? I could sue them almost at this point and say that your goddamn fucking lobbies not only fucked up me, but now a generation of me is now fucking up a whole nother generation of Call of Duty lobbies. You know, I could sue them for this and I could probably win. You know what I'm saying? I could sue them for this. But I don't, because I love their product and the lifestyle that they help me build, right? I don't want to end the video game industry. I don't care about Sony and Microsoft dying because they did kind of fuck us up. They fucked us up. And on top of it, Sony also let me get hacked so that I lost all my goddamn data. Now I got to deal with Russian hackers just because I like Sony PlayStation. What the fuck happened to these companies? Fuck them. Let them go to the curb. Unless you promise to segregate YouTube, I say the death of YouTube too. I say the death of everything we know and love. We need reform. We need to fuck all this shit. We need to start we gotta wipe all this shit. Tabula rasa. Start over again clean. Reform YouTube. Make it adult and kid friendly, but completely split. Reform Twitch. Make it adult and kid friendly, but make it completely split. X, Twitter, fucking, Instagram, all the places that adults stalk children and children stalk adults, right? And I want the complete separation of that goddamn culture. If you were good people, you would have done this 15 years ago. I call for the depose of all these CEOs that ran these companies. I called maybe a deposition of the fucking Congress because they didn't catch it 15 years ago. They kept saying violence is bad in video games. No, it was the Call of Duty lobby, and anybody with a fucking brain could have told you back then. Anybody with a brain would have told you it was the Barons chat. It's not watching people shoot stuff. We see that on television since we're like 6 years old. It's not watching people die to grenade explosions in our Schwarzenegger movies. We get exposed to that when we're 6 years old. It was never the violence that the fucking Senate tried to go after the rappers and the video game companies for. It was the fucking culture that poisoned the kids that are attracted by those cultures. And we need a separation of adult and child in these fucking cultures. I do not wish to be attacked by a child anymore. That child is swimming around in the ocean, but he belongs in the fucking river. And I'm out here in the fucking shark reef swimming around looking for other non-consensual targets in my fucking adult game. And I'm being constantly harassed by some piece of shit fucking salmon that should be in the fucking river with his friends trying to swim upstream. I'm out here with the 40-year-old fucking sharks, and I have some fucking piece of shit 15-year-old salmon with ill fucking developed brain and ill developed fucking concepts and ill developed fucking critical thinking and all this stupid ass shit, one step from a felony and all this stupid ass shit. And it's like, nah, man, go back to your fucking river with your fucking with kids your own age and leave the adults alone. And I don't want sharks going to the fucking river. I don't want sharks going to the salmon river. That's where our salmon hatcheries are with all the salmon roe, right? I don't want sharks in their river. river, and I don't want salmon in my fucking ocean. Is that a good enough metaphor for you fucking idiots who have adopted idiocracy? I'll use a fucking House MD, you know? I'll use a House MD metaphor, right? I don't want salmon roe being eaten by shark in the rivers, and I don't want fucking salmon in the ocean harassing sharks. Does that make sense? And like a simple thing, I want this kid on Splatoon because he can't legally play Rust because it's got nudity and violence and sex and swastika signs and all the shit that completely spun his little spaghetti brain into a fucking feces fucking vortex. And that's exactly what the fuck it is. He's been twisted and completely fucked into this like fucked up, twisted little fucking spun little piece of wire around some idiot's finger and spun into some fucking hate filled, like completely just like toxic attack-based culture. And deep down inside, he's like everybody else. He's actually soft, you know? We all know it. Go play with the kids in the river. Stop harassing adults. Like, you know, wake up, you fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you're a kid or not. I'll call you fucking idiot to your fucking face when you attack adults like this. You know?
Doxing. Which I'm just going to say, I don't believe these numbers. I don't believe that they're real.
I do. I believe the numbers are real.
There's no way I could conceive of this being true.
I do. I think the numbers about the doxing are real. I think those are court cases that they're citing.
Obviously, I know doxing and swatting do happen. But to random people in video...
Why are kids on Tarkov? Why? I mean, seriously, go play fucking Terraria. You know, when I met, like, the last set of 15-year-olds that I ended up being in a clan with, I was able to be there for about 18 months because there was, like, a fucking chaperone who was, like, an adult who was young. He was, like, 20, but he was running, like, a cabal of teenagers, and he wanted me in the clan. I was like, I don't know if I should be around kids like this. It's weird. I'm, like, 40, whatever. You know, it's, like, weird. Like, I should be in an adult clan, you know? And he was like, it's fine. And I was like, okay. But no, it was a bunch of little 15-year-old idiots spouting the N-word. It was not fine. It was not fine. And that garbage culture twisted their whole fucking little impressionable brains into a fucking corkscrew. They think this shit is cool. It's not cool. It's not a good look to women. It's not a good look to men. It's not a good look to anybody. It's not a good look to the parents. It's not a good look to the responsible adults who warned them to not be in the fucking channel in the first fucking place like me. You know? I'm the one who warned them not to be in the fucking channel. They didn't listen to the fucking warning. Now they're obsessed with me and attacking me and all this shit. Well, yeah, because you're spun up and you got that obsession in your little feces brain, that you've been jaded for like 4 years by this garbage internet culture and turned into a fucking garbage troll. You're like a garbage crab troll who lives under a bridge and attacks people all the time. But tell me that that's not an apt goddamn analogy for that, you know?
Video game lobbies.
And I know why this is. It's not because you made yourself like this. It's because that's what you see. Monkey see, monkey do. So that's what you do to other people. My question is why were you exposed to this horse shit? Is it fun for you to be this way? Be a nasty garbage toilet bug person to everybody? Is it fun for you to be this way? The only reason you think it's fun for you to be this way is because you were fucking like basically mind raped by some fucking creator or some fucking person in your Discord or something like that to believe that acting like a complete shit monster all the fucking time is actually a good thing for a human being to be. It's not, you know? You've been brainwashed and mind-fucked by all the idiots around you. And I'm sorry, but that's the actual fucking reality. That's actually how this works. You know what I'm saying? And so now, like, you're stuck on attack. You're a hand grenade that never stops exploding. You're constantly hunting like some fucking shark, but you're actually a salmon in the ocean. You're not a shark, bitch. You're a little 15-year-old child. You're not a fucking shark. Go back to the river and play with the kids, and you'll save your soul. You understand? You keep swimming with the fucking sharks. Guess what happens? You get eaten.
Of 29% of 16.
Jesus Christ, it sounds like when I ran a drug ring. You know what I'm saying? You run with sharks, you get eaten. You got to be able to trust these people and actually like them if you're going to do business with them. So any sharks that you see, you fucking avoid. You don't go swimming in the sharks Discord. You know? That's what you kids did. You went swimming in the sharks Discord. You should have known better. You should have known that you're the blood in the fucking water, you fucking idiot. And all the impressionable shit completely warped your idiot mind. And everybody's saying it. You think this is original? No. Everybody on the YouTube, they're about to take TikTok from you guys because they know how toxic that was for you. You're too young for that shit. You're too young for high-speed car chase videos and badonkadonk videos and shit on TikTok. You're too young for that shit, right? So I'm not saying ban TikTok. Make a TikTok for kids. If the TikTok is a problem for kids, then make a TikTok kids. We don't need a TikTok ban. We need a TikTok kids. We need a YouTube Kids. We need a separation between these fucking young, malleable idiots who just haven't lived long enough to know better than to attack the most beloved members of their own community. Goddamn worthless piece of shit garbage crab monsters. That's what they've turned into. And they need to fucking change. They need to change now. You know what I'm saying?
People.
You need to change. I'm not your fucking enemy. I'm that shark out in the fucking reef that is nowhere near the river that your fucking salmon ass should be swimming in, you little roe. You know? You little roe.
That can be the case. That would mean statistically, every game you join of, say, Valorant or CSGO, with 10 people in there...
You think I'm being provocative on purpose? No, I'm saying, begone now. Begone now, cot. You know, it's like a thirsty child. You know, begone now, Thok, you thirsty child. Begone now, Thok. You know, begone, Thok. You know, begone, Thok, little thirsty child. Like, begone, Thok.
3 out of the 10 have been doxxed or swatted before due to a video game match that they played. That number just feels absurdly high and reads like fiction, created to support a narrative that makes gamers appear to be considerably more dangerous than they are.
Go play with the other kids your age like a normal fucking kid.
I obviously have gone a little bit deeper into that.
I don't want to be around
this
you.
is a large basis for the rest of the GAO report as it pertains to gaming specifically. I just wanted to give you a background on what this report was using.
I'm like drinking and gambling and fucking smoking weed all day on my adult zombie stream and shit. And some kids in here, fucking, some Thok is in here, fucking like, you know, thirsty child is in here looking for some fucking like lolcow or something like that. Nah, man. The longer you do that stupid inane bullshit rather than living your own life, the less likely it is you'll ever get laid. The less likely it is you'll ever have any money. The less likely it is that your family will continue to love you. The longer you keep just chasing this garbage toilet fucking trajectory, the more likely you will be a human piece of shit. It's just how it works. I know it's like a wake-up call or whatever, but yeah, you were exposed far too young to adult themes when you were far too young, and now you got damaged, and you're just throwing all the shit back out there and trying to damage other people, if not kids, then adults, right? And like, and I'm sorry, but it's time for you to get better and change, just like I did. I got healed. I got therapy. I got out of fucking jail. I stopped committing crimes. I got better. I understood that I can't be this irresponsible person that just poisons this community all the time anymore. I don't attack anybody. I don't go looking for problems. I don't even raid anybody. I don't act aggressive with anyone. I don't harm women. I've never harmed women. I've never harmed any living thing. You know what I'm saying? I've never harmed, like, you know, any fucking living thing. I really have not. You know, I don't, like, you know, don't do nasty things to nasty people to cause you to treat me like this. I never have, never will, you know? So, like, there's no reason for you to treat me like this. You are a product of your fucking environment. You are a thirsty child that's looking for adult content because you've had your little fucking corkscrew brain spun around some shitty little dark web fucked up internet culture that completely fucking jaded you. You are a product of your culture, and honestly, at this point, we've been calling to flush you like a turd forever. We're at this point, we're ready to ban the TikToks and ban you out of the games, you know, like flush you like a turd. My thing is I don't think you should be flushed like a turd. I think you should go back to the child culture that you actually belong in and leave the adults alone. And I want the adults to actually go back to the adult culture and leave and have us leave you alone. I don't know why you're in my fucking channel. I don't know why Twitch allows you to be in my channel. I believe Twitch should be canceled. I believe YouTube should be canceled. I believe these companies have absolutely... I don't believe they should be canceled. I believe they should be segregated. I believe they should be forced segregated by the U.S. government. I believe YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Rust, all the big live service games, right? I want a complete separation between church and state and kids and adults, right? I want, you know how we have it for politics? We know that church and state are a bad thing to have at the same time, right? We know that kids and adults shouldn't be in the same place at the same time unless it's their parents, right? Really pretty much like that. Or the teachers in their community or trusted adults in their community. Kids should never be around adults. Kids should not be attacking adults. I should not be attacking a kid. I don't know why the kids on my channel, all this other stupid ass shit. And if the kid had a fucking brain, he would mature and actually become a real human being. But nah, the garbage toilet swirl that is his brain has spun him too far. And now he's relapsed, and he's just fueled on his own hate, and he thinks everything I says is garbage or whatever. But no, I'll just keep stating logical things that even his parents will say to him. You know, even his parents will back me up on what I'm saying, if he even has them. And so, you know, it's just crazy. You know, it's just crazy what they become. You have adopted the corruption in your fucking heart, and you come attack somebody who never did anything to you. And that is because you were victimized as a child, and now you must cause that to somebody else. I know that you never got therapy for the abuse that you've received, and I'm sorry for that, but I suggest that you do. Remember how you said I can't afford therapy? Yeah, I know you can't, but that's a lie, actually. You can go Google up a therapist. You absolutely can. There's therapists in your community who will see you for free and will help you and get you out of this crisis of attack that has become your soul of feces. You know, this crises of attack that you have adopted, like, on purpose. This thing that you've turned yourself into, this twisted, sick, shitty human being, right? You must forgo the self-toxicity. You must stop it. You must seek treatment. You were exposed to people when you were too young. It wasn't the same thing as child rape or child sex. It's not as bad as that. What you have, you can come back from it if you wake up and you realize, right, that you are a product of your environment. And if you don't believe me, go fucking read Darwinism. You know, go read Darwin if you don't fucking believe me. You are a product of your fucking environments. Every scientist in fucking history backs my point, which is you are a product of your fucking environment, right? You are a product of your environment. Your environment was shitty before you were old enough to know that it was shitty. You have been turned into a shitty person, and you're stuck on attack like some kind of fucking retarded machine gun with a fucked up switch. You know what I'm saying? And it has to stop. You must get better. You must leave me alone. You must leave me alone. You must do it. You must leave me alone. You know? You must get better. You must go out there and you must live your own life. You must understand that you have damage from adults who never should have been around you. And now you're living it out and you're attacking adults because you dislike adults for turning you into what you are. That is the behavior. That is what the psychiatrist will tell you if you were to go get one, and they're free. They're not free, but they'll help you. They will help you find somebody that you can't afford, or they will come see you if you're in crisis, right? They will help you, right? See a therapist, they're going to tell you the exact same thing. You are living your fucking childhood trauma because you were exposed to a culture when you were too young who taught you to be something that you're not actually. When you look deep down inside at your own heart, you will understand that you are not actually this piece of shit caca monster being that you profess to be. You have just been jaded by some piece of shit caca monster who shat in your mouth, and now you've adopted it as a brain instead of just working it out of your system. He shat in your mouth, and now you've got like a terrible fucking, you know, you got a terrible fucking affliction in your brain, and you think you need to be like whatever person taught you to be like this, right? But you don't. You need to change. You need to do it now. You know? You don't need to live out this damage. You don't need to hurt someone else. You don't need to go fucking repeat the fucking cycle or any of this other stupid shit. You can just acknowledge that you're on the cycle. You can acknowledge that you were jaded by internet culture into this piece of shit demon that attacks people with hacks and all this other stupid ass shit, right? And you think it's cool and you think it's funny and you think everybody's laughing with you. But no, you're actually still that piece of shit wallflower that never has sex and never goes anywhere with his life, you know? Never has a job or owns a home or any of the things that I've done. That it's always going to be like that, and it's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state. And the first thing that you must do, right, is stop hanging around adults, stop targeting adults, go find kids your own age, and go live your own life. And I know that sounds like something that's impossible to you, but you'd be surprised if you were to just let it happen. I think if you were just to do nothing, you'd be surprised how often life will just spin you up and take you off on an adventure. If you just stop fixating on one person and obsess like a piece of shit caca monster for fucking 5 years or whatever and live someone else's life instead of your own. I think if you were just to like do nothing, right? You know, self-help sensei say do nothing, right? Do nothing. You think you need to go out of your way to attack me all the time because you have shit for brains and hormonal imbalance instead of logic, right? But in just a stew of human emotions and teenage emotions and all this, right? But I mean, like, overall, you're just a victim who is looking to victimize, and it must stop. I can't stop you. I can only help you understand what the damage is and help you try to repair it and become an esteemable human being in your fucking culture once again. And you'd be surprised where it goes. You end up realizing that you don't ever need to attack anybody else. You've got enough problems of your own. You'd be surprised where it goes. And then once you realize that, you start addressing the problems of your own. And then suddenly all the sex and the money and the family and the happiness and all this stuff comes. Like it happened for me, right? Like it's happening for me right now, you know? Like I'm not even screaming while I lecture you, you know? I'm getting better by the minute, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm getting better right now. Everything gets better when you wake up and you fucking realize that you've been a product of someone else's damage for a really fucking long time, and all you've been doing is fucking manifesting it to other people. That's all you've been doing. You pick somebody that you think you don't like, but you actually do, and then you just fucking waste them, right? But no, all that is you took a dick in your mouth and now you want to stick your dick in someone else's mouth. And by dick, I mean someone's internet toxicity. And so now that you took someone else's dick in your mouth, internet toxicity, you are taking the internet toxicity dick to someone else's mouth. And it must stop.
Narrative to Congress. This is what they claim is a factual...
Now we watch a video about how the scientists are scratching their heads and starting to do studies about how bad you actually are and how bad your culture actually is. And I believe they're beginning to think that they're going to need to segregate you out from the adults. I believe they're beginning to think that maybe some of these companies should be prosecuted. I believe they're beginning to think that maybe the TikTok should be banned and all this other stuff. And I think your way of garbage life is about to end. And I you know, as a mentor in the scene or whatever, I'm going to give you my advice about this situation. You must change now before you are just like dragged, kicking and screaming through the reality that you are about to be segregated from the fucking community for the bad actor that you actually are. So my suggestion to you is stop being the bad actor now, and you won't be dragged kicking and screaming out of these communities. Like what's about to happen to TikTok, like what's about to happen to YouTube, well, like what's about to happen to Steam. You know? If you think they aren't talking about more legislation, you're wrong. They're thinking all the time about how to keep the kids from being jaded by weird sicko fucking adults on the internet, like what happened to you. Tell me I'm wrong, bitch.
This is for their objective reporting. Now, I'm not...
Tell me a single point I've made isn't 110% fact. You know it to be true. Everybody does. I'm not saying anything that is not statistically 100% true.
Only do they use this ADL report as a source, they also use the Department of Homeland Security report called Homeland Threat Assessment 2024.
Yeah, they're beginning to think that you guys might even be a Homeland Threat Assessment. You understand? You've been doxing and attacking people and swatting people and all this other stupid shit, hacking video games and causing billions of dollars in damages and all this shit. You are not a friend. They're looking at you like you are a terrorist, maybe, and you know what they do to terrorists. Gitmo.
Of investigation.
Like the names that the people use sometimes literally will cause a terrorist ingress, like a terrorist you know, what do they call that when the inquiry, like the names that some of these people use will literally cause a terrorist inquiry.
And Department of Homeland Security report called Intelligence Assessment and Data on Domestic Terrorism, a January 6th report on domestic terrorism, a PEW research.
I'm gonna hit you with some Marilyn Manson, right? And this is gonna sound racist, but nope, I love black people. Got no issue with black people, and I don't believe in using the N-word, right? But I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say this so you understand it, right? Everybody is someone else's blank word, right? So understand, like, you think that I'm your target, but you're actually a big fucking target for these people. And you're the actual target. They're going to look at me and they're like, well, there's a law-abiding citizen who's on stream all day. They're going to look at you and be like, ooh.
Center social media fact sheet, entertainment software.
So my advice is, before you get dragged kicking and screaming from this community, leave leave willingly and start playing games that people your age actually play. What video games do good teenagers play? Like, good was the word that I used, but like I'm talking about like good-hearted, like, right? So the games that you should be playing right now are Minecraft, Among Us, and Fortnite. Mario Kart 8, Portal 2, Team Sonic Racing. I don't believe you should be on Apex at all. FIFA. I don't believe you should be on Grand Theft Auto 5 at all. I don't think this should be on this list at all. No. But these are the games you should actually be playing. Rust should not be on this list or anything like that, right? I don't know why I ever met you. The only reason I ever met you is somebody else damaged you long before I ever met you, and now you're living out their damage. It's the only reason we ever met. We are ships passing in the night. There's no reason why you should attack me, and there's no reason why I should attack you. If you were to leave me alone, I wouldn't.
Association's essential facts about U.S. video game industry.
That is literally what my PTSD therapist said to me. You know, is your damage to ships that pass in the night. You are not related. There's no reason you ever should have met beyond probably the damage. You know, and that's how we met, was the damage. You were on a game that you shouldn't have been on.
And last but not least, the U.S. Secret Service Mass Attacks in Public Spaces report. You can find all of those within the main GAO report, which I will link below.
I was doing nothing wrong. I've never done anything wrong. Not since the stream started. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. I spoke my mind. I'm free to do so. You know, I am free to do so. It's called my freedom of speech. I can speak my mind about how much of a piece of shit that you've turned into, and that you need to flush and kind of get clean again. And deep down inside that turd that you become is a really beautiful diamond. I believe it to be so. You see the smile on my face? Deep down inside that turd of that shit coating that you've coated your mind and your heart with, that's turned you into a turd, right? Deep down inside that turd that is your heart and mind, that the internet toxicity has turned you into, is a diamond in the rough, like Aladdin, right? Who will rise to one day marry the princess and be a wonderful person, and, you know, and take over the world and be happy. But if you continue with the shit coating around your heart and your brain, you'll just be a turd. You'll just be a ginger turd, you know, the rest of your life. Like him. He never learned either. He never learned to not treat people like this, so they'll put him in jail. Like you. Horrible Crimes of Soccer's Biggest Psychopath. That sounds pretty interesting. But you closed my channel, did you? I want you to look at my history. Gamers are the biggest threat. Did you close my list?
On domestic terrorism.
You did. You closed my list. I handpicked that list. Oh wait, no.
New York unveiled the.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Now, not only do they use this ADL report as a source, they also use the Department of.
They're looking at you guys like you might be Homeland Threat Assessment, because all you've done is attack. That's all you ever do. And so they're starting to look at you like, maybe we should actually do something about you now, maybe. That's literally what's on the screen in front of you. You need to chill the fuck out and go play kids games and try to get laid like a normal 15-year-old, like me when I was your age. What the fuck? I got laid when I was like quarter into my 15-year-old year, my 15th year, right? Slept with a 14-year-old girl, you know? And like, I was the first one in my high school to do that. You will be last. If you're stalking 40-year-old men on fucking Rust, you will be the last.
Homeland Security report called Homeland Threat Assessment 2024, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Department of Homeland Security report called Intelligence Assessment.
You want to know why this is the case? Is because you're thinking about attacking some 40-year-old on Rust instead of living your life. I was thinking about getting laid. That's the difference. And that's why I got it. You never will. You know? Got it 40 times, you never will, right? So understand, that's the difference. I never wasted my time attacking some other person that didn't attack me, you know?
And data on domestic.
I couldn't imagine wasting my fucking time like that. Only idiots waste their time like that. Who fucking picks some guy they don't like? It just wastes time, like hate watching and planning their downfall or whatever. Is this the Count of Monte Cristo or something? I mean, what? I mean, did I fuck your mother in a previous life? I mean, what? Who does that shit? Grow up and live your own life.
Terrorism. A January 6th report on domestic terrorism a PEW Research Center social media fact sheet, Entertainment Software Association's essential facts about US video game industry.
So they're now looking at you like you're a statistic. The children that were harmed by the terrible, toxic 4chan culture who taught them that Trump was somehow good, even though he's facing, what, his 210th felony or something. The denial is the pure, proper core tool that they use. It's the simulacra. It's the core of it is denial. They deny the 200 felonies. They deny their bullshit fucking abuse as bullying. They just don't think it is for some reason. They deny that they're a bully. They deny that they're not an internet criminal. They deny that their own community would never speak to them again for doing these things and all these other shit. And so, yeah, you've been the shit coding that's turned you into a ginger turd or whatever. That's coated your heart and your mind and all that, right? You know what what that shit ingredient consists of? Denial. You are in denial. You are in denial that you've committed felony offenses, federal offenses. You are in denial that I don't think you're in denial about that, but I think you're in denial about everything else. I think you're in I think you're in denial about how bad it is, and I think you need to change now. I'm not trying to manipulate you, I promise you. I'm saying this with pure honesty. I'm not trying to manipulate you into leaving me alone. I actually worry that you're somebody in crisis that actually might need help. And my suggestion to you is seek therapy and understand that your damage didn't come from you, and you don't need to live it out and cause it to other people. You can just cut the cycle off entirely. Like when I was a kid, my father beat the shit out of me like twice, right? Twice. Only 2 times, but he beat the living shit out of me with a belt like twice. And I got in a fist fight with him a 3rd time, but not a fist fight, more like a threatening of a fist fight where I just had to like prevent him from leaving and stuff. And I fought my father, who was a 6'7", 325-pound man, something like that, when I was like 12 years old. And I'm going to tell you another lesson is that I'll never be afraid of you. I think you think that I'm at some point going to show fear sooner or later, but no. When I was 12, I was beaten the shit out of by my father. And so if I act all angry and fucked up towards you, it's because somebody acted all angry and fucked up towards me. You begin to see all the truth that I'm dropping on you. And so if I act all fucked up and angry towards you, it's because that's what happened to me, right? And then I'm trying to live out that damage on someone else and verbally abuse someone else, right? And you're trying to live out whatever damage you got by attacking me. And our differences are not the same. You don't know me. I don't know you. I've never done anything to you. You've done a lot of things to me for some fucking reason. And those things are not equal. You are a bad actor. You are a piece of shit. God's honest truth. I've never done anything to cause this to you, Never done anything. So now we're in this like impasse where until you grow up and become a man and realize that real men don't act like this, only straight bitch-made people act like this, I'm stuck with you. My urge is for you to instantly grow up. I believe you are powerful enough deep down inside that human feces that you use as a fucking piece of shit mental armor and on stuck on attack like some kind of fucking retarded machine gun with a fucked up trigger, And I don't know. I don't know if you'll ever stop, but I hope that you one day graduate and do. I graduated from all that anger and all that yelling and everything. Like, I'm not yelling right now, am I? No. I have graduated. I have graduated beyond this, and I'm ready to go to better places than you. And I would hope that you go better places than me. I am a 40-year-old fucking streamer with 2 viewership with no reason to be treated like this. No reason. If it's my political views, go watch Vosh or something. Go attack Vosh. He wants it. I don't want it. Go attack Destiny or something. I don't want it. I can espouse my political views on my videos that I record. I am allowed to do this,
History. And last but not least,
I've broken no laws. I've done nothing evil. The soapbox in this country is one of the last great things about this country is people are allowed to have their views on the politics, the government, all that shit. I can have my views about your fucking incumbent or whatever, or my incumbent, whatever. I don't care. And like,
US Secret Service mass attack.
I've done nothing wrong, and there's no reason why you should treat me like this. You are living out damage that someone else caused you. I think you've even told me about it before, and I think you need to grow up. I think you're a child that's always going to be a 15-year-old child, and I think you need to really grow up. I don't think your parents are going to fucking tell you like I am. I think you need to grow up and stop being a bad actor.
Attacks in public spaces report. You can find all of those within the main GAO report, which I will link below. So it seems like most of the gaming inclusion here comes from that ADL report, and that specifically comes from a mass shooting event in Buffalo, which they linked to gaming because the shooter released a manifesto stating he was radicalized by a Roblox custom game, which we've seen before with people claiming after they've done something really bad that a video game made them do it, which is obviously nonsense. It's not engaging in reality. I don't know why we'd believe these people. There's obviously something wrong with them to do that in the first place. So to then say what they've written or said makes them a trustworthy narrator, and we should take on surface level what they think did this to them is ridiculous as a concept. It's never the video game. It's always a mental health crisis and a failure of society to help that individual. The avenue or venue for the radicalization
You hear him say it?
relevant, nor is it.
You hear him say exactly what I just said? I'll have him repeat really loud. Listen to what he says.
Did this to them.
Don't listen to me. Listen to somebody with 1 million hits. You know, 1 million views, a million subs.
It's ridiculous as a concept. It's never the video game. It's always a mental health crisis and a failure of society to help that individual.
Society failed to help you, so you come and attack me. I'm sorry that we did that. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I am sorry that my community has hurt you. I am very sorry, but I am not your fucking enemy.
The avenue or
that person that hurt you is your enemy.
You for the radicalization.
I've done nothing to you. I've done nothing but try to help you.
Is hardly relevant, nor is it ever the actual video game. It's always people.
I don't even fight you when you show up anymore. I don't even want to look aggressive like that. I've done nothing to you.
They meet who share similar ideas, which then makes it not about gaming at all and about the core issue of mental health and any tool to communicate or find peers. Which is why these reports always miss the mark for me, as they focus entirely on things like gaming being an issue, ignoring the fact that gaming is not the problem and never has been. They totally miss the forest for the trees. You should be trying to solve people's mental health and what's leading.
I want all major platforms, all social medias. YouTube, Twitch, and all live service games that, if they do not separate these platforms by age now, they face congressional insight. I do not support a TikTok ban. I want TikTok for kids, YouTube for kids, YouTube for kids, COD for kids, Rust for kids, I do not ever want to see a kid do not ever want to see a child in my adult lobby ever again. I don't ever want to play a kid's game ever again. I call to separate, or I won't vote for you. What do they call it? Chaperoned. The toxicity that they met in the lobbies. You know it. Separate now. Or lose your parties. Unless you protect these kids. Cancellation of all the major platforms like Twitch and all lives like that if they do if adults should not be on Minecraft. With anyone, Minecraft or CS:GO. No, not CS:GO, but should only be on Minecraft with adults. No, I'm just gonna keep that shit out of it. It sounds crazy. It's also creepy. It's creepy because it's happening, not because of me. Look, his video brought my whole thesis statement perfectly here. I do not ever want to see a child in my adult lobby ever again. I don't ever want to play a kid's game ever again. Adults and kids should never mix outside of a chaperoned adult situation. Adults should only be on Minecraft or Reddit with adults. I call to separate and actually age restrict all platforms and live services now, or I won't vote for you. These kids are living out the toxicity from the careless adults that they met in the COD lobbies, 4chan, Reddit, X, Discord, etc. Separate by age now, or lose your parties and platform. I will not support you anymore unless you protect these kids yesterday.
Leading them to this path instead of skipping that step and just saying, let's try to monitor these places where people are meeting, which again, I think on the totem pole of how people do these things, gaming is probably very low. So let's go back to the GAO report. They then outline, and I'll quote the section, ways that domestic violent extremists use online platforms, and then they show an infographic talking about memes, essentially saying, and again I don't necessarily entirely disagree, the people use memes to spread a message to a large audience, and then a small portion of people that message reaches and resonates with move to a private communication group. Then, of that small communication group, an even smaller percentage of those people might wind up doing something radical. This is not untrue, this does happen. I know we've all seen some incredibly racist, sexist, or otherwise outrageous memes on social media, and of course you're going to use anything that's popular as a way to convey an idea for anything positive or negative. But I'm going to hazard a guess that most of the time people sharing those, even if they're bad, even if they're memes based on things most people consider bad, they aren't on a mission to recruit people to any kind of cause, and are just sharing them because they find them funny. Obviously I don't agree that they're funny, but I don't think everybody who shares something that's, some kind of way is out there trying to recruit people. And we have examples of this, so that's why I don't rule it out as existing. We can just look at things like involuntary celibate, or better known as incels. These people do see and share these memes, then they end up in a community where they get further radicalized, and then things happen. They have done, we've seen them. The next section discusses the mass shooting in Buffalo and makes an absolutely wild leap of logic. They claim that due to the gunman putting a camera on his head and then carrying out the attack, that he was, quote, replicating the visual style of a first-person shooter game, which is utter fucking nonsense. It's just a convenient place to put a camera, which is why it's used in pretty much every outdoor activity video ever. They just put a GoPro on their helmet. There's zero link to the idea he was trying to replicate anything.
I can try and form my own little revolution with fucking YouTube comments. It won't go anywhere, but I can try. I don't care. I hope it does go nowhere, because you know what they do, right? I'm really scared of anybody listening to me. I really don't want anybody to listen to me, right? That's why I have the chat blocked, and I don't, all this other shit. I don't want anybody to listen to me. I don't even want my best friends to listen to me, honestly, because it's just me being honest, and I don't think me being honest is very nice to anyone. I don't think most of the time it's very nice to anyone. I'm being brutally honest about all of the things that I see, right? So just, calling it out. I'm being honest, right? it's just, you know, it's me being honest. That's all. It's just like I can try and sow a revolution in our minds and hearts through my YouTube comments if I can. I don't care if anybody listens. I don't want them to listen, because you know what they do when they listen to you? When the people that are trying to cause us all this damage understand that you're trying to save their victims, they shoot you with a high-powered rifle from across the street. And so this is why my chat's blocked. It's why I would prefer a 5 viewership, something like that. It's why I would prefer it. I would. Because, you know, honestly, I view it as like throwing bricks all the time. And honestly, the less people that get hit in the head with the brick of my logic and end up fucking changing, you know? Because I'm like, honestly, I view a lot of this stuff, you know, it's like the same Activision lobby that messed me up as a child 20 years ago. The cycle must end. The cycle must end, right? Separate by age now or lose your parties and platform. I will not support you anymore unless you protect these kids yesterday. I don't care what some squeaker on Steam thinks about Trump. They're not old enough to vote. This is why there should be a separation between kids and adults. They don't have the same rights as us. We don't have the same rights as them. They don't have an opinion that matters. We do. We take care of them. They don't take care of us, and that's why our opinion matters and theirs doesn't. It's a whole, you know, it's a whole infinity symbol here. Like, we take care of them, we support them, we make sure they're safe, we pay taxes to make sure that the kids can eat and, you know, are taken care of and have welfare and all this stuff, right? And so in return, they lose their say in things. We don't care what they think. They don't have votes. They don't have, like, we don't care what kids think about Trump. I think they think that we think I don't care what kids think about Trump. Really don't care, you know? And it bothers me that's where it went, because it's like, you know, it's kind of weird. It's like, I care that they think I care. I really care that they think I care. But honestly, I could give a living shit what some fucking Eichmann thinks about Trump. I don't care. My main thing is, why did you bring it up? I could give a living shit. I don't like either parties. Why did you bring it up? You seem tribeless and stupid because you're a child. You just don't know any better. You'll never know any better. You're stuck on stupid now because they fucking abused you when you're young, and now you're just going to live like a child as a man-child your whole life unless you get better and understand that you were harmed and break the cycle and get better and seek the kinder, you know, to seek the kinder, like, you know, elements of your nature, you know? I'm going to hit you with a quote that I memorized by my best friend. She said something that I'll never forget, right? I don't want to mangle it, but it's I've come to understand that me denying sorry, I'm going to mangle it, so I'm going to go get the quote real quick. I'll be right back. Now, this applies to you, right? Okay, so the quote goes like this, and when she said it, it changed my life, right? It's a quote to change people's lives, and I will repeat it because it is a good quote. I've come to recognize that me not acknowledging my softness in a society who has made it their goal to destroy all softness just takes me to a dark place. And it's hard for me to say it again, so it's a hard quote to do, so I'm going to say it, right? But I've come to understand that I'm mangling it a bit, but like, you know, I've come to understand that me denying my softness in a society that wishes to destroy all softness in people just takes me to a dark place. You think you need to be hard, you're not tough, you're just rough. All you need is some refinement and some critical thinking and some actual, you know, skills and all this, and you could do better in this fucking life. You don't have to be a loser like this just because the people that taught you to be this way are losers. You don't have to actually be like that. You don't have to spout their fucking, like, you can spout their ideals if you want to, but why would you spout them to somebody who doesn't like the person, you know? Why would you go finding somebody who doesn't like either fucking president and spout your crazy political views at them? It makes no, it's something a bad actor does. Why would you go tell somebody who doesn't like your fucking president? that's like, you know, to vote for their president or something. That I mean, I don't understand that. That's like, you know, I'm not going to vote for either fucking party. So like, why would you waste the time? And only a child with very low like IQ and or conversational skills or just life experience or something like that would ever act like that. Nobody cares who you fucking vote for. And the only reason that you think that they do is because you are a child who has not lived long enough and you are naive. The only reason you think that anybody cares what some child says about Trump is because you haven't lived long enough to understand that anybody, like, it's like read the room, right? Adults don't give a shit about what kids think about politics. You guys don't have a vote. If you were a more experienced person with a kinder heart and a better brain who was more embracing of their own intellect and a little bit more questioning of the world, you would have understand immediately, had you thought at all before you just did stupid shit like that I just don't care. Why would you go to a wall who doesn't care about either candidate and be like, vote for this guy? No. The answer is no. Won't vote Democrat either because they support the war on drugs, and they won't separate the platforms. So I'm stuck with people like you, you know? Jesus Christ. It won't last. Not if I keep yelling like this. It won't last. They'll kick you out. They'll kick you out of Rust. They'll force you to go to adult Rust, or they won't even let you play it because it's got nudity and blood and all that. You keep fucking with me. If you don't leave me alone, I'll get you kicked off Rust in a congressional way. I'll do a video and I'll start a fucking cause on Reddit and shit, and I'll try to get them to kick kids off Rust because there's blood and sex and nudity there. You know there is. If the Congress ever hears that, they're gonna immediately kick you little shitheads off Rust, right? So unless you leave me alone, I'll get you kicked off Rust in a real verifiable way. I'll drop it if you leave me alone. I mean, like, there's no reason why we should have ever met. You should have been in a fucking Fortnite lobby with your little pissant fucking 15-year-old friends. Why the fuck did we ever meet? It's their fault. It's not mine. We never should have been able to meet. The whole thing was a goddamn mistake, and I will not be victimized any further. See it? See me try to sow that seed in their brains? I did it right here, right in front of you, so you can understand, right? I'll try to sow the seed in their brains that you shouldn't be able to play Call of Duty, CSGO 2, or Rust. You keep fucking with me, I'll hit you where it actually costs, and I'll take the games away from you. You leave me alone, and I'll drop it. The only reason I'm saying these things is because you didn't leave me alone. If you leave me alone, I won't say the things. Leave me alone. I'll try to get your ass kicked off of fucking Steam because you're too young. I'm dead serious. There's no reason why we ever should have met. No reason why you act like you do. No logic. You're not Joker. You're just an idiot. You're not tough. You're rough.
And again, this just discredits the report and exposes the clear agenda directly in the face of their stated mission of objective and neutral reporting. The GAO report goes on to make some incredibly silly assertions, such as this section that basically says gamers make friends in games, and some of those gamers might be extremists, so somehow making friends is bad or something. I don't know exactly what the point is here, to be honest. They just say some extremists make friends in games, and that could be a bad thing. The funny section comes up next, where they basically contradict most of what they're claiming with a single sentence that reads, "One expert noted, there is no evidence directly linking violence in video games to real-world violence." But they then go on to immediately hit you with the "however," and then say that extremists will use certain games to target people who play violent ones, and even make their own games to recruit people. Which, again, makes it not about the game, because there are no mainstream games created that have any kind of sizable audience you can point to that exists with the intent to recruit people to extremism. If these are the leaps of logic you're making, you basically can replace the term video game here for written or spoken language, and blame the ability to communicate instead of video games as there's zero way to link any of these things together as a cause, and the actual vehicle for recruitment is just the ability to communicate, which you can do in pretty much every avenue that people use on a daily basis. This is like blaming electronic mail for people being extremists because somebody can email somebody else.
It's not the games, it's the fact that the
as
lobbies
you
are
allow people
mixed.
to talk to each other, if they find somebody who's into the things that they're into and they're bad things, of course, they're probably going to get together and talk about the bad things. This is nothing to do with video games. This next part's pretty crazy. According to some companies they spoke to, big tech and social media in particular, they assign human workers to specifically monitor people who they believe are, quote, bad actors, not just on their platform either, meaning they employ people who follow them around digitally to other platforms and mediums, compiling reports and keeping tabs on them. That's the social media companies doing that, not the government. That information is then obviously going to be shared with federal government. This next part was pretty funny, to be honest, until I thought about it more. The GAO report links certain profile pictures on social media to violent extremists. They state specifically that many white supremacists use ancient Greek, Roman, and Norse imagery to, quote, create an aesthetic that supports their narrative. Now, this on surface level sounds ridiculous, right? But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Almost every time I see someone saying some deeply racist or sexist shit on my Twitter timeline, they almost always have a picture of a Roman centurion or some old Greek statue. This was obviously funny to see in a government report because it sounds stupid, but at least anecdotally this one tracks with what I've personally seen. Though obviously the issue lies in grouping people together as if they're all doing that if they have the same profile pictures, because at the end of the segment they specifically state, one of the experts noted that this type of imagery may not directly violate company content policies, but it helps draw others into this worldview, which doesn't even mention the people using these pictures doing anything. It just draws a line under those profile pictures and says they're bad. One last thing I want to highlight, the report also states the federal government is collecting evidence on social media, which we already knew, but now you have it in black and white that if you post some memes that they consider to be an issue, you're probably now on a list. But unlike Santa Claus, where you have to do something really wrong, it could just be you posting a Pepe or something, which, let me remind you, the ADL still considers a hate symbol. Have no fear though, because the federal agency responsible for collecting your memes and your social media information does not join Discord servers, so gamers are mostly safe from this. They're not really allowed to go anywhere where they would be required to interact with you directly, presumably due to entrapment or something like that, so they just stick to public places. That being said, throughout these reports there are also claims that